Ladies and gentlemen, we are here to talk about the Batman. And yes, we've kind of had like a rant that went very long, but that was not the official spoiler discussion review that I've been waiting for. Now, I'm going to just let you guys know I don't know who's going to show up tonight. Okay. I don't know how long this is going to go. I just know that after tonight, we will not talk about the Batman anymore until there's been an announcement for a sequel or another spinoff. But I want to introduce the two gentlemen to my bottom and to my, I guess, my right or left. What's going on, Jorge? What's going on, Brandon?
What up?
What's going on, everybody?
So, Brandon, real quick, tell us about yourself and your channel. Go ahead and just plug yourself really quick.
Oh yeah. Brandon Choi, host and co-creator of Movies and Shakers Unlimited. We do a lot of pop culture news about news in the industry, whether it's con related stuff, whether it's actually TV, film related stuff, or even business related stuff. Anything that deals with just that idea of what it means to be an icon in your respective industry. But yeah, we're all over the place. We're on YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, you name it, you can find us. And I will do another quick plug. There you go. I have my link ready. So there you go. You guys can check it out. Be sure to, check it out there in the link that's in the chat there. So
all right, I will
that can be
plug
shared
that
up
right now so you guys can all see it. We're about to go in just a second. There
Let's
you go.
do it.
Yeah, I can check out my man's right here. Another member of TeamJVS. Jorge, what's going on, brother?
What's going on, everybody? As Sam just said, just another member of TeamJVS. Just doing these movie reviews, show reviews. You usually catch me doing all the kid stuff because, I got kids, so it makes it easy for me. But a huge superhero fan. So definitely was looking forward to this and can't wait to just dive on in here for sure.
Yeah. So I guess without further ado, I'm gonna give you guys the questions. If people trickle in, at least they can be able to refer back to the private chat really quickly, briefly. All right. And when I mean briefly, like a minute. A minute. A minute. What was your experience with the Batman? Brandon, you go first.
It was it's a great film. I have my things that I would definitely like to discuss as we continue this conversation. Great film. Provides a different aspect to Batman that I don't feel has really been delved into, which is his abilities as a detective, which I think no other iteration has done in terms of what we've seen in film. Of course, we've seen it animated. So in that regard, it was a unique experience, and then aesthetic, which I think has created a response out of people either direction. The aesthetic has been very unique as well. So again, great film. Some great things to take away from it, but definitely some things that I would like to discuss.
Okay, and we're gonna get into all the tea. Trust me. All right, Jorge, really brief.
Real brief. I'll keep it really short and simple. I thought this was one of the best detective Batman movies made, period. A few elements that for me made this so much better than like the normal ones was the sound. I think that's something that isn't getting talked about enough. Like everyone talks about how like dark and gritty it is. But the soundtrack and the way that they used sound in this movie was phenomenal. Definitely loved the way that they did Riddler in this movie for sure. And I'll be the first one to say it, and I'll say it here live that I completely hated the Batmobile when I first saw it. Thought it was terrible, but once I saw the movie, I could not be more in love with it, and it was like the perfect Batmobile. And being a huge car guy, I was busting on it the whole time when they first unveiled it. But No, it was perfect. So I'm still looking forward to diving into this a lot more and talking with you guys about it.
Okay. Real brief, Kedden. I know you're here now.
What's going on?
Another member of Team JVS. What is your brief 1 minute experience of the Batman? Just real brief.
Best Batman movie I've ever seen.
Dang.
Just like honestly, I just, as far as always being a fan of the comic books, always being a fan of like the animated series, all the different movies, everything up to par. This was a comic book come to life. That's what this was. It was, every bit of it was phenomenal. The cinematography was great. Like Jorge said, the sound, which we're not even talking about. Like, honestly, I see the sound was good. Like, I could see this movie taking home a bunch of the technical awards for the Oscars because it was so good. The lighting, the effects, the brutalness, like it was, the acting was top tier. Every single person in the movie brought it. In my personal opinion, it was a near perfect movie.
Ooh, man, that's a statement. Now, just to be clear, you guys, I'm taking myself out of the equation of this. I'm just a mediator. So, if y'all want to know my unadulterated thoughts on this movie, go look at the rant for 2 hours and 40 minutes, Kedden? I can't remember how long we went.
It was something like that.
It was almost the equivalent of the movie. We went down a rabbit hole. We dissected everything. So I'm going to go to the first question that I had, and then people are going to start to trickle in. Ronan, I know you're there. If you want to join this, you're more than welcome to come into this. Please let us know. And Kedden, real quick, just so you can plug yourself, where can people find you, man? Because I know you want a lot of people to talk to you.
You can find me on Twitter at Kedden7. That's KEEDEN and the number 7. And of course, you can always hit me up on any of the JVS pages. I'm out here.
Sir. Okay. All right. So the first question, way we're going to do this, especially when we get to the part where what we didn't like or what didn't work, I want everybody to be please respectful and not interject. Like, I'm even going to do this. I want to hear the person out. And then if you feel as though it's merited the counter, then we'll have an open discussion with it. But I don't want everybody going back and forth. That means for people that are future coming in this as well. So the first thing I would say is, what was your letter grade? And do you feel like, is this movie a bad movie? Now, I'm asking this because there's a lot of people that's supposed to possibly get into this discussion. Does anybody here think that this is a bad movie? And if so, just let us know that up front so I'll have something to write down on another note. But if not, what is your letter grade of this from A to F? It should be real simple.
And you can't do pluses or minuses, correct?
Yeah,
based
absolutely.
on your.
Yeah.
You say we can.
Yeah, you can do plus or minus.
Okay, so for me, I would say B+.
Okay, B+ for you.
Yep.
All right. Jorge, what about you?
A-.
Okay, A-. Kedden?
I'm gonna give it a solid A. But honestly, I can't think of a movie since my childhood that I've given an A+ to. This is riding that line, though. I absolutely was immersed by this movie. Yeah, I give it an A+. Honestly, A+ right there next to each other.
Oh, that's fair. I mean, there's reasons why we're getting into that. So the next thing is, and I'm keeping myself out of the equation. What sets this movie apart from other Batman live action films, for good or for bad? I want us to get into this because this is a part of the touching point. I don't want somebody to just be like, oh, well, it was not Nolan, or like, oh, was it? Like, what is it about this film that set it apart from other Batman films? And I'm going to do this because we didn't do this even in our rant. I'll add in animated stuff too. What sets this movie apart from other Batman films or gets it right?
I mean, I guess I've already touched on it based on what we talked about and just like the quick, like succinct, if you will, review. And I'll just go into the aesthetic as well. Like I said, the aesthetic as well as the the approach. I mean, in the animated films, we do get a great deal of the detective aspect. So, shout out to, Batman animated series, went into that, pretty hard, which made that series awesome. But we didn't really get anything like that in a live action version to show how brilliant, Batman can be with his mind in terms of his abilities as a detective. So I would say that, and then just as a reason why I go into the aesthetic is just the idea of Gotham as a character. One thing that's cool whenever you're talking about that place in which Batman resides is in other films we really had other places cheat as Gotham, and for better or for worse, sometimes it's been, really over the top, and then other times it's been really grounded. And I feel like there is a nice enough medium here in this interpretation, or in this iteration, where there are enough things there that are recognizable, yet there's still elements of it that are still a bit beyond that still provide a character to Gotham as a city.
Gotcha. So for you, it was a equal balance of all the amalgam that is Batman. Like, it's not just like the animated series, just such an interesting tone to it. It's not just like visually immersive. It makes it like it's all encompassing in so many respects. Okay, Jorge, what about you?
So just kind of teeing off from my thought process, it's I think this is, and I can't include the animated movies into this because you can do so much more with animation than you can with live action, I think. So there is that kind of, I have that split. But I think this was the first detective Batman movie. And that alone was very intriguing to me. And this was also, I guess, like, every single villain didn't really upstage Batman.
Right.
It was an even, like, it was a perfect yin to the yang, basically. So for me, that was, something that you really haven't seen before. And then I'm literally trying to think with all the live action Batmans, like, I know how, Brandon, you were saying like Gotham was like its own character. For me, it's like the sound and the soundtrack was made this movie so much more alive. Like, I think almost just about every time before you saw Batman, like, you heard his footsteps. Right. And that, I thought, was just like incredible. Like, the way that they introduced Batman into this movie, like, where you literally just hear his footsteps, before he comes out in that subway scene, like, that was bananas.
Right.
So for me, I would say this one puts it apart with the sound and the way that they actually use Batman. One thing also is I was pleased that they didn't go over the top with the way the villains look, like, not making it so literal, so, like, not like the Penguin, with that Danny DeVito did, or even like the Riddler that Jim Carrey did, which, dude was just over the top crazy. It was nice seeing almost like a Zodiac Riddler, and then just seeing like a psychotic, for better lack of terms, Penguin, where the dude was just, on top of the world, cloud nine. And I will say this one brought a lot of surprise elements that I wasn't expecting. Most of the other Batman movies, you kind of know everything that's happening, and this one, like, I didn't. And I truly enjoyed that. Like, even with some of the characters that showed up in the movie, I did not know that they were going to be in there or even have such a large part. So that aspect was awesome.
Okay. So for you, the sound design, like you were talking about the atmospherics, like, when, I guess, even in the opening, when he was kind of like narrating like how all the different people around, they were like looking to the side of the signal, they were looking into the shadows, and how the sound design mixed with the soundtrack played a different role, and I kind of like the sound was its own character as much as Gotham was his character as well. Okay.
Yep.
Cool. I have somebody else here. I want to make sure I plug this brother. What's going on, Ronan?
Hey Sam, how are everybody? How are you doing?
How you doing, Roman?
Good,
Good
man.
Roman, good
Thank
chat
you
with
for-
you again, man.
Thank you for
right
coming
on.
back, man. I want you to plug your channel, dude. Let everybody know where they can find you and what's up with you.
Right on. I'm Ronan Unchained. I solely run Ronan Unchained's channel on YouTube. I do reviews, reactions, podcasts from once in a while. I do occasionally a review for a novel or a graphic novel I feel I would like to highlight and give my opinions. And I'm geeky as hell for stuff, movies, shows, and anything that pops my attention.
Appreciate you, man. So real quick, what do you think about this film that sets it apart from other Batman films? You can go live action or animated, but what do you think it is about this, the Batman, that sets it apart? Good or bad. It doesn't have to be positive. It can be negative if you want.
I don't think there's anything negative about it. I think the positive thing is that it merged what the animated films and shows have been doing long before the live action shows have done, which you could argue Tim Burton's film, but like I think this film did the best of what you can do with live action, and yet to me, the biggest thing was mood, atmosphere, and vibe. It just didn't feel like any other Gotham had seen live action. It wasn't kiddie with how gothic it felt. How the camera was just set up even on the side of a car. That's what I appreciated most out of this film. That it was his own thing. It took the best parts of each medium, if you will, and decided to tell, like, let's root out all the stuff, not go too fantastical, and just get to the meat ground of it level of how this character came to be. He came to be just as being as a guy in a bat suit punching criminals all over Gotham because he wanted to avenge his parents and do good by people, and this literally did it. There was no big planet anything. It was just simple and personal.
No, that's great. That's really good. Kedden, what about you?
I feel like this was the first movie that really showed that Batman is really one bad day away from being the very person that he's hunting. I really agree with what Ronan said about how close he was to the animated series. I mean, when this movie opened, that first scene post Riddler, first scene post Riddler, when they show all the criminals committing like crimes. Some of them are petty, and they're looking in the darkest part of wherever they are, afraid of Batman once they see the signal. That felt like panels directly out of a comic book. Like his voiceover, and then showing each one of those different angles in the shadows. Like, is he back there? It just felt, it's not often that I actually feel the way I do when I'm reading a comic or reading a book and just like absolutely immersed in this world. I felt like they just got his character down to a T. Like so many times I feel like when we talk about Batman, the main subject is always how well did they nail the villain? Because normally Batman, they just make him pretty simple, right? But this was I feel like this movie was the first time it really honed in on this is about Batman and who he is. It's not even about Bruce Wayne. It's about Batman.
So wait. So I'm gonna say this, and this is for anybody to answer. This isn't even a question necessarily. Would y'all say that inherently in this film, that the idea or the persona of Bruce Wayne hasn't even been created yet in this
100%.
medium? The reason why I
100%.
asked that question is because I had somebody that was kind of like, oh man, I hate the fact that, you know, he wasn't Bruce Wayne. He didn't look the part of Bruce Wayne. And one of the things we talked about the other day, and I told myself I wouldn't get involved in this, but it looks like
Can't help yourself.
Can't help myself.
Can't help yourself.
But no. So this is the thing. The reality is with this film is that this is a Bruce Wayne that really and truly is only Batman. The only thing that exists is just Batman. He has not created the persona of Bruce Wayne or the guise of Bruce Wayne because he's a man just literally out for vengeance. The concept of hope, the concept of furthering other people or connecting with other people, he could care less about that. He's actually going out there. It's not even just a suicide mission. He doesn't care what happens to him, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so because of that, of course, he doesn't care about his legacy, but he doesn't care about putting up the guise of what it looks like. You know what I'm saying? Like he's year 2. And so it's very raw and very rough. And so it's like somebody was like, well, why didn't they have him, you know, as Bruce Wayne? Why didn't he pick up like, I was like, because he doesn't care. Like this man don't care about whether he point blank range. There's a dude that just come up at him and shoots him. He just flinched and kept on going like full speed. You don't do that. Like you kind of move out of the way and dodge. Like normally, even in the animated series, Batman would dodge and throw a batarang. He didn't dodge once in this entire movie, and that's crazy. Meaning that this Bruce Wayne is psychologically also imbalanced, and so I just wanted to bring that up in terms of like the persona of Bruce Wayne hasn't been created yet, which is so weird because normally it's always you get the Bruce Wayne, you get the deaths of the Waynes, and then you get the Batman. Instead, they're like, no, this is the raw Batman, unfiltered, silent rage, vengeance, everything. And then I guess Matt Reeves is going to progress him to have Bruce Wayne, to have like a legacy where he's going to have to connect with other youth to put them on the same path. But I don't know. I just wanted to pose that so you guys can think about that or comment on it if you want to.
I concur with you, Sam. That's the thing where I've been hearing from other folks and other friends of ours, people who do YouTube and whatnot, that it's just like I'm not crazy about the Bruce Wayne. I'm like, that's the point. You're not supposed to be crazy about Bruce Wayne because this is the first time that a big film that has a big backing on it decided to hold back its origin, because we don't live in a vacuum. Everybody knows Batman. Everybody knows he's one. You know, he's regarded, in my opinion, he's one of the greatest characters of the 20th century. And the fact that they hold it back, I admire that, because they could have easily for like a minute just show, here's a kid with the parents walking down crime alley, and you know what's gonna happen. 1, 2, 3. This is how it goes. And the fact that again, that's why I think people are so shocked, because we've been used to of like even every iteration, we all get the goods. We get the origin story. We get no guns and whatnot, and this one, it just had to hold back on a lot of those heavy stuff, and for my money, subtly hint at it without saying clearly, on this day dot happened, which realizes dot reason why you're now Batman. So I think people are just not used to that, which I give credit for this film. That's a big thing to do. Just hold back and be like, we're used to this already. You know this already. Let's just spend a time of a week, the second year where he decides to do this. And I mean, and this is coming from someone who's only seen the film once, but I can't stop thinking about it. That I want to go back and watch it as soon as possible, but I can't stop thinking about it. That you could, I don't know if this is the right word, but it just came to my mind that you could probably say that Bruce Wayne, a la the Batman, is kind of suicidal right now. That he clearly says it to Alfred. It's like, I don't care if I die. It's like, what do you mean you don't care if you die? The job is, long term. It can't be just short term. So I give props to Matt and the team, being like, no pearls. We're not gonna do pearls this time. We're not gonna see, even after the last iteration of Batman that didn't have his own film, they still felt they had to show the pearls and the whole origin story. But this film was like, nope, we're just going right into a detective story.
Right. Well, to kind of chime off of that, it is kind of interesting when you think about it, because I think this is the first Batman film where they don't introduce Bruce first. They introduce Batman first.
Yeah.
Right.
Like that's the first time you see anything, it's Batman. It's not Bruce at all. And something that I think a lot of people aren't talking enough about is actually Alfred's role in all this. Because in most of the other movies, Alfred's just kind of like just a sidekick type of thing where he's just like, oh, you know, like, can I get you another water, basically, or do you need help, like, you know, like curing your wounds. And in this movie, he's actually in a weird sense, almost like his Robin. Like, he's not only like helping him solve some of these, you know, like, you know, riddles, but he's also, it's almost like he's taken this, like, let me teach you how to do this, even though, you know, Alfred himself isn't this, like, you know, crazy vigilante, like, hunter type thing. But I thought the role of Alfred was so unique than what we're used to seeing in the live action, where instead of it just being like a subservient person, it's more like, you know, like, no, like, this is how you do this, or hey, I was bored and I figured out, you know, that this, you know, cipher means X, Y, and Z. And I thought that was a neat thing.
Did you have something?
I was going to say I have thoughts on that. So I absolutely agree with what you're saying. And I don't know if we're going to get into it now, or maybe we'll get into it later on in this conversation. But in thinking of the live action that's come before, and I know a lot of people forget about this because, you know, it's just it happens naturally, you know, because, you know, in the past, a lot of times people forget things versus things that are like right here in the here and now. But in the Tim Burton iterations, when we had Alfred, and I know that there's some of those installments that we like to forget, but still, based on how the character was involved, there were, you know, instances where, you know, that iteration of Alfred was involved in what Batman was doing and was actively involved and was pivotal, you know, in kind of assisting him, you know, with the given villain of that film. I mean, there were instances of that in Returns when he was going up against going up against Catwoman and with Penguin, where he was assisting in that regard. There were instances with the Riddler when they were going through the riddles there. And again, I know we try to we want to forget that installment, but I still want to, you know, bring up that point that it was in terms of how he was portrayed, giving him not an inactive role, but an active one.
You're 100% right on that one. That is true, because I completely forgot about some of those. So no, that's 100% true on that one.
We're gonna go down that rabbit hole when we start to talk about characters, because
we have some history with that, Sam. We have some history with that, but I'll get into that. I have a little bit of baggage with that, but go ahead.
There's a whole lot of baggage, and we're gonna get into the character concepts, because even just taking Alfred, where a lot of it does pull from things that's legacy, that there's also some comic book alterations that they add if you really listen to it as well. But the next thing we're going to go into is, what was your favorite moment? And I want you to, when I talk about your favorite moment, whatever it is, just know probably somebody else has the same exact favorite moment. So whatever it is, make sure it's your moment and gush about it. So Jorge, what was your favorite moment in this film?
So I have two that literally as soon as like I left the theater, I wanted to go see the movie again just to see those two scenes. And it's the Batmobile. Like, as soon as they kind of unveil it and you kind of see like the open headers, flames shooting out from it, whole 9 yards, like that whole car chase scene, you know, it was probably realistically 3 minutes, if that, but it was just done so well. And just everything about it was it seemed realistic, even though it had like the Gone in 60-second jump through the fire and all that, but it felt believable, which I appreciated. The second one, which was near the end of the movie, it's basically when Batman was going through the hallway with everyone with the machine guns, and the way that they shot it, where realistically it was completely black, and you just kind of see anytime someone was shooting the machine gun, how he was just kind of like, basically like judo chopping all these people left and right. Just that visual was so amazing, because, you know, with the tone, the way that the movie was going at that part, it was kind of like, he was just out to get, just get it done. And you just see how he can just turn it up even like that extra notch when that was happening. So those are definitely my two that literally just still to it, like just stuck with me for sure.
Yeah, I got to comment on this moment because I was kind of like with Jorge, and I was like, man, what is the point of this car, bro? It looks so plain looking. It looks like Dom Toretto, like legit, like modified this joint. And I kid you not, bro, when I forget how it played out because I only seen the movie once, but I think the penguin, it was kind of getting away or whatever, and all of a sudden you hear this roar in the shadows, like it's literal roar. And you hear the engine starting to rev up. I mean, I was kind of like, oh, okay, it's about to come out. But no, the engine starts to heat up. And like, no, aesthetically, it was so cool because it looked like legit, like an animal coming out of the shadows. And the thing that makes this car chase scene so good is that, yeah, it's very fantastical in some of the jumps and stuff like that, but it's all practical. They actually did the stunts. Like, they actually took this car and put it through flames. Like, this is not CG. And on top of the way that the cinematography worked with, this is one of the best chase scenes that they've done in a comic book movie. I could be wrong. I mean, y'all can give me some comic book movies that's got better chase scenes. I mean, first one that comes to my head is The Winter Soldier. But outside of that, like, I mean, as one single car going up against another car, like, I don't know, man. It's just so grounded in how they did it. But it was all about design and aesthetic. And so, I can see why that was one of your favorites, man. Brandon, what about you? What was one of your favorite moments of this film?
I would say with mine, and I'll give two, and they were more, I would say, more character driven. I would say the scene between Batman and the Riddler after he's already been captured, and they kind of just have like a mano a mano, just talking with each other. And then also, I mean, it was kind of teased at the beginning, but it goes into one of the things that I do like about this film is with character and giving them places to go and things that we can tease going forward into the future is after everything is, settled down and you have kind of those, I guess, sleeper agents of, I guess you can say, the Riddler. And he says, like, who are you? And he says, I'm Vengeance. And, you have Batman, you have Bruce come to that realization, like, okay, I got to change, like, how I operate because, like, this can be used in, in an unproductive way. And I need to kind of, get outside of just that basic need for vengeance and be something more than that. So, him coming to that realization, that look that he gives, where you come to the idea of what we were talking about earlier of him having to be more than that and to, eventually what we, more than likely will see in installments going forward of him developing, that Bruce Wayne persona, whether it's the Playboy persona or even, that philanthropist persona of, of the deeds that he does, because you even get teased in the film of character, calling him out and saying, hey, like we never see you, like we never see you, out in public, and we never see you, doing anything, for the people of Gotham, even though we know he is, but still on another level, outside of, perhaps his selfish need to, get vengeance.
Right. And I think that's a perfect segue with this specific scene, because identifiably it looks cool, but the representation of what it really means is unlike any other Batman film for me. Because all the other Batman films, he's always working in the night, right? And he's helping people and doing stuff, and even going back to the Dark Knight and kind of how he's saving like different people. But this is very different. These people are rallying behind this man that's dressed in the suit in the darkness, and he's lighting their pathway. Like, the symbolism behind it, one, is insane, because the beginning of the movie started with him just on this suicide run for vengeance, coming with the realization midway that his whole world is being turned upside down, that he's out of control. And then the foundation's being broken down by the Riddler to the point where, like you said, Brandon, that guy, he looked at him and was like, man, this guy, Bruce Wayne, like, somebody would do something, then find out this same dude came back later, was one of the Riddler's followers, and he could have implored that man. He could have helped him. He could have encouraged him. Now he understands that. And I don't have a picture of it, but there's a scene where he's in the light, like actually in daytime, saving civilians. And we've never seen that before. And that means that he's going to a transition of hope and being what he needs to be for responsibility, which is very finitely different. We'll get into some of the stuff with his parents and how they broke them apart as well, because they're not perfect anymore in this universe, at least. But yeah, no, I think that is a good transition just from this specific scene, that what it means on a personal level. Ronan, what was your favorite moment? Sorry, I went down rabbit hole again. I apologize.
That's all right. I'll give two quick ones, but I'll emphasize on one of them. That to me, the jail scene from when he's knocked out and they're talking, the cops are like, "We should get his mask off," and he wakes up and he's fighting people. He's like, "What the hell are you doing?" And they're all shouting at him like Gordon, this guy's a criminal. And someone says like, you just assaulted a cop and whatnot. And Gordon has to hold him back and be like, what's wrong with you? Like, keep your head straight and whatnot. And that was one of the most tense scenes, because that was straight out of Batman Year One. It's weird from both angles. It's freaky that the cops have to deal with a guy who's just like a bat, and you could see that probably even easily half of them are crooked, if not all of them. And Gordon is the only one who has his back and is like, "Look, I trust you, but we gotta get you out of this place. If not, they're gonna eat you alive." And oh yeah, man.
Yeah.
This scene was so visceral. I was clutching my chair and I was just like, what is gonna go down? And I love the punch me. And he punches him, he gets out, and then there's a little callback. Yeah. He calls back to like, you should have pulled on your punch. I did. That scene was fantastic. And my favorite is the one you just showed earlier of the light flare, the red flare. That I've been thinking about it. To me, it's probably my favorite heroic Batman moment, and probably one of the best superhero moments of all time across all mediums, whether it be movies, shows, comics, video games. That scene, and I talked about it a little bit in the rant video, that the creepiest guy in the room is doing the most heroic thing in the room, and it's the simple thing. Well, compared to what other Batman movies have done, and like taking a bomb out or whatnot, or shooting down the Joker with his big gun, he's just literally lighting up a red flare in darkness, getting people out of rubble and leading them away. And even up to when he carries the little girl to the helicopter, and she's on the pad and she doesn't want to let go of him, and it like gives her a little nod or like tap on the hand, like it's gonna be okay now. That was I got teary eyed during that sequence. I was just like, oh god. But yeah, those Mr. Reeves, the Batman team, crew, cast, if you're watching this, I hope you are. God damn, that was so good. Oh, we are spoiled from that scene. Oh, I loved it. And anyways, I can go onwards.
No, it's okay. I said make sure you leave it on the floor. Like your favorite scene is your favorite scene. Own it. Like it doesn't matter. I mean, this isn't about comparison. It's about what the movie meant to you. That's part of the reason why I'm asking the questions the way I'm asking it. So it's all good. Normally I would go character for character, but personally for me, I don't find like a weak link in the characters. But what was your favorite character and why?
Can I talk about my favorite scenes?
Oh, dang. My bad, Keaton. Look, so this is the thing. Keaton and me went for 2.5 hours, and I already know his answers. I was like, we already talk about it. But go ahead, Keaton. Go ahead.
Don't forget me. But everybody else pretty much already brought up my favorite scenes. But one thing I will say that I liked in response to Ronan's favorite scene is one of my favorite scenes in the movie is when Batman is fighting fighting the thugs in the dark, and they're shooting the machine guns, and he's still fighting them just fine in the dark. It was one of those things I really liked because it showed this is a man that sees and lives in the darkness. And so it made that scene special at the end when he lit that flare. He was not lighting that flare for himself. He was lighting that flare for everyone else. He can see through the darkness, but he realized in that moment that they could not. And so I thought that was a really awesome moment. And I feel like that was broken down throughout every time he was seeing that little boy that also lost his parents.
Yeah.
So go ahead, Kedden. What was your favorite character then? And bring it back to you.
Man, favorite character.
I know this is gonna be hard for you.
Yeah, it's gonna be difficult because man, everybody brought it in that movie.
You can give me two. I'll give you a gimme. I'll give you two.
Okay.
You did 2 hours and 30 minutes with me before. So
Well, I'll say one that I feel like hasn't really gotten a bunch of credit that I've heard. Carmine Falcone.
Yeah.
John Turturro.
I thought his character was just amazing. And I remember when they casted him, I was just like, coming off the tails of a Transformers marathon, I was like, okay. Like, I don't know. But I loved every scene with him. And I really, really loved what they did with Selena Kyle. I just, her character arc in that movie and the way it like balanced with Batman and their different reasonings for doing things. I just thought it was just spectacular.
Facts. All right. Jorge, what is your favorite character and why?
I'll actually go with the Penguin for multiple reasons, but I think the biggest one was, even though I knew it was Colin Farrell throughout the whole movie, you could not tell it was Colin Farrell, you know? And I just thought the way he just carried himself was, it reminded me a lot of, and I hate saying it this way, but like a believable Kingpin, you know? Just kind of like throwing around his weight, like understanding like who he was. Definitely thought it, you know, overall, like he carried a lot of, like every scene he was in, he did an awesome job, you know? But yeah, that's probably, if I had to pick one, the one that just always just took me a second, because it's just like, holy crap, that's Colin Farrell. And you like, it's no matter how I saw it, it was just like that. I can't believe that they transformed him like that, you know? But yeah, that's probably one of my favorites.
Oh, I messed up. So Kedden, you're gonna have to come back. So this is my question for you. Every person that you're saying is your favorite character, I want you to go and compare them to a previous incarnation version, and you let me know which one was better.
Ooh.
Do you think that your boy Danny DeVito or Colin Farrell, or you know what, I'll even add from Gotham, Robin Taylor Lord, which one was the better Penguin? Because I'm just going to spice this up, because eventually we're going to have to talk about things we don't like, and I want you guys to filter this and make it really fun. So, Jorge, who did it better?
I mean, for me, I liked Colin Farrell's Penguin. Probably Danny DeVito's Penguin, like, for the time, it made sense for the type of movie that it, you know, like, because yeah, Colin Farrell just did a better one. The Danny DeVito one was just a little bit too much for me, in the sense, you know, like eating the fish heads and all that stuff. Like it was just it wasn't believable. Like when I watch those Batman, it's like that's more cartoony Batman to me in a weird way, you know. It's like, yes, it's live action, but yeah, it's like that's like Tim Burton's. You know, no, you're good. No, but that's kind of like how it is. Like, it's very cartoony. When you look at this Batman, like I feel like I can go to like downtown Pittsburgh and like run into any of these people, and that be it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not gonna run into. You know, shout out to Pittsburgh. Yeah, I was like, shout out to Pittsburgh. Don't hate me, but you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like all these are believable characters. I'll leave it at that.
You know what? Hold on, I gotta do something real quick because I feel like we just maybe across the line here. So I'm gonna.
Was like, I ain't even do nothing.
Shots
we're gonna give
Shots
our
fired.
first digital giveaway because of Matt Reeves.
Nice.
This will be a digital giveaway for War of the Planet of the Apes. And what we'll do is we'll pick a question. And whatever the question is, whoever answers it first, they're going to get the digital copy of this release. And we're going to go forward with it. So I guess I'll come up with the first question. Okay. Let's make it about Matt Reeves. Okay. So what was one of the most notable first Matt Reeves films that he did that was very jarring but very horrific? What was one of his first films?
This is for the people that are watching, right?
Yeah.
This is for everybody that's watching right now. All you gotta do is answer the question. The first person to answer that question.
This is easy, but okay.
It's very easy. Oh, we got a newcomer in here. I'm about to bring him in a second. Let's see if anybody answers the question quickly. Man, y'all should know this. Come on now.
So are you talking about him directing or writing or anything?
One of his first films. And I literally, if I said disorienting, I think that would have been a dead giveaway. What is that? Hard Deep? No. You that's a good one. That's a good movie. I liked it. I like the Swedish version better, but and Lucas, you are come on, Lucas. How you gonna do that, man? You're not right.
No, see, that's what you get because you're not giving my man Matt Reeves credit for Under Siege 2, and I don't appreciate it.
Oh,
that's
no.
what you get. That's what you get, man.
No, but Lucas is not supposed to be the one.
He wrote the hell out of Under Siege 2, and nobody's giving him the respect.
No,
look at him, he says, I won.
I'm giving that to you because Lucas is a part of TeamJVS. He cannot get the code.
That's what you get for ignoring Steven Seagal and his train. That's what you get, Sam.
I said one of his first movies. Anyway, everybody should have said Cloverfield. That was an easy
Everybody
one.
should have said Under Siege.
Yeah, Lucas, I cannot. So Hard Deep, all you need to do is just follow us on Twitter and send us a message, and we'll send you your digital code for War for the Planet of the Apes. Congratulations. We got multiple different other films. I'll just show you a few of them really quick. We're going to be doing this throughout the rest of the night. So, yeah, all these are going to have digital codes that are going to be given away by the end of the night. Okay? This is probably the most prized one that everybody's going to want, but we'll say that.
Which one was that one?
Nice.
Okay, look, man, I don't even have that, and I'm with JVS, so I'm gonna need another prize.
All right.
So are we only giving giveaways once I like completely disown an entire city? Is that how it is?
Well, nah, man, that whole city got smoked with you, man. You need to lock your gun.
Y'all are. I can't with y'all. Okay, so I got somebody up here.
I feel like I could go to Pittsburgh anytime and just see the Penguins.
I had to offshoot it because when he said that, I was like, yeah, no, I can't do that. But anyway, I got somebody
you had to segue that.
And I'm gonna let him introduce himself. What's going on? All right.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? The Black Son of Odin here. You know, they all got one, so.
Wow.
So
wow.
Martin didn't just come to Harlem, it came to Asgard as well.
So for context, Arch does not hold back. If you know how Lucas is, Arch is 10 times that, so you're gonna get some great gold here.
Okay.
He's a great man, and I really appreciate him showing up. Real quick, Arch, what was your impressions of the Batman, and what was one of your favorite moments of this film?
Well, my overall impression of the Batman, it was very good. It was excellent, and that's that's coming from an MCU guy. And no, I don't hate this. Ain't no East Coast, West Coast. I don't hate DC movies. I just happen to grow up with Marvel, so.
Fair.
The thing I like the most in the movie is as a couple of things. The lighting, the cinematography, and how it turns out to me that one of the most frightening things in the movie was just hearing Batman walk, hearing that slow, heavy walk.
Right.
Because you knew the ass whooping was coming, right? And for some reason or another, everybody stayed to wait to see who was coming to give them the ass whooping. Nobody left. Everybody stayed and waited for that ass whooping. They were all like, look, if usually when you hear some shit coming, you usually go the other way. See, the black members of that Joker group, they were gone. The black dudes in the Joker group, they were gone. The white dudes and everybody else, they got their ass beat. But the black dudes were gone. Because when black people hear footsteps coming in the dark, we break camp. We know what that means. Ass whooping. So, but I loved it because it was slow and deliberate. And how they use the darkness, as well as essentially another character in the movie. So everybody was afraid of the dark. Just like here in America, everybody's afraid of something dark.
Okay, all right.
Now Sam actually, Sam, brother Sam, he usually has some righteous folks in, but he always brings in the devil for the counterpart. Now I am not the devil. Wait, I'm not the devil. The devil is busy in Eastern Europe. He's busy right now, so he asked me to go in his behalf.
Wow, this really went somewhere.
So,
for our next giveaway.
Wow.
I'm a little six. I'm a little six in the 3 cogs, right? So I'm just,
Talk about a tangent.
So okay, what was your favorite character? Who was your favorite character and why?
Actually, Batman was. I as I told you, Sam, I'll tell everybody what I told you, Sam. What I liked about this Batman movie, and the thing I hate about almost every DC movie that they make about Superman and Batman, because I don't know they know anybody else exists in the DC entertainment universe, is that every goddamn movie has to tell you his origin.
Yeah.
They always spend 15, 20 minutes on his origin. Look, I'm going to tell you something. If you don't know who Batman, Superman, and Spider-Man is, that's tough shit for you. We don't need to keep seeing, he's always this, he's that, he's that. I like that they didn't do that in this movie. You saw references to it when he looked at the little boy at the crime scene. He saw himself. You saw it, right? They did that. That was great, stuff like that. But they didn't go through the whole thing. There were no pearls falling. It was a tough movie because I was waiting for that pearl necklace, right? So that's what I liked the most about it, is that it did not go through that. And we got a lot of Batman screen time. In fact, we had all Batman screen time. It's just that we got Batman wearing a Bruce Wayne mask at times.
Yeah.
And I like that.
Yeah, we definitely brought
and he
that
wasn't
up.
a superhero to me. He was the most detective version of Batman that I think I've ever seen.
Right. Yeah, we brought up the fact that the Bruce
Damn, I'm like the
Wayne
other guy that
disguise-
you usually have drinking, right?
I brought up Lucas. And he will be in here. I don't know how that's gonna work, but he's gonna be in here soon. But no, we brought up the fact that the Bruce Wayne persona hasn't been even created yet. and that it's very much so that he is only Batman through and through, back and forth. So yeah, we brought that up earlier on. So yeah, who else did not answer their favorite character? Because I got lost in the tangent after Jorge. Brandon, I don't think you did your favorite character yet. What was your favorite character?
Well, someone already stole my thunder, but I'll get into why. I was going to say Penguin, and it was the reason being is that as someone who so I was a theater major, so I did the performance end of entertainment, if you will, at one point in my life. So I appreciated because I've done it before, in productions where you have to be able to act through something. So you're acting through a mask, you're acting through prosthetics, you're acting through something that is can possibly hinder your performance. And the fact that did not hinder, it only added to the character that Colin Farrell brought to life, is a testament, to his talents as an actor. And then on top of that too, I will go as far as saying, and mind you, I still believe that the other character here is what they brought to it was far more dynamic, but it gave me some deja vu at least of that. Is even though he's not even in, let's be honest, he's not in a great deal of the film, but his presence is still felt throughout the entire film. And even when you see that character, come up on screen, it's always a magnetic moment. It's always a fun moment where you're looking forward to seeing that character pop up again in the film. Like every single time you're given that small morsel of them in a scene, and then you're like, oh wow, they're a cool character, and then you are looking forward to them popping up again. Kind of similar to what we see with, even though again with his character, I still prefer his character more so, is with Heath, with the Joker. Like he's not in a great deal of it, but every time he pops up, you are looking forward to, okay, when are we going to get this character next? When are they going to pop up next? What are they going to be up to next time we see it? So
right. Okay.
Hey, Sam.
Yeah.
And I will say
like
something else. I'm sorry. I will say something else.
No, go
apologize.
ahead.
And then the other component of it that I do like too, and this kind of goes into just the idea of giving your characters more to do, and this is good writing of planting the seeds of where it can go further is. And I'm guilty of this. I'll be honest. I love the show Narcos. Like, just those shows where, they talk about the rise and fall of various individuals and the various things that they do as they rise among their empire. And then obviously, the fall that happens. And so right now we are seeing the rise of the Penguin in this film. And they talk about it in this film, of that power vacuum and his potential of what he could be up to, going forward. So you kind of like in a small, unexpected way, because he's charismatic and even though he's despicable, you still like the character is kind of this weird dynamic. And so like you kind of root for him, like where you're like, oh, okay, what is he going to get up to? What is he going to be up to now? Or, all right, he's going to be able to, kind of establish himself as, as the persona that we know him to be. So.
Right. And he was mysterious too. Like they didn't give you everything. They didn't give you all his gold nuggets, his origin. They gave you enough of him that you're like, oh, he's crazy. Because even with the chase sequence, that he was having fun. Like it's not as though he was afraid of Batman. I don't think he was afraid of him at all, to be honest with you. I think that he was like, yo, this is crazy. I'm having fun right now. And I think that that's where you're like the rogues gallery. I think that all the different characters, even down to Paul Dano's character, which I'm surprised none of y'all have mentioned him yet. All of them are evolving to this point where you could see them eventually needing to be in Arkham. Psychologically, they're all off in some way, shape, or form. But I thought that was fascinating. I completely agree with you, Brandon. All right, so what were you going to say?
Hey, Sam. Well, to piggyback off what Brandon was saying about the Penguin, I like that the fact that for me, what I got out of it was the Penguin brought out the most incredible Robert De Niro Al Capone from the Untouchables that I've ever seen.
Yeah, I can see that.
That's a good comparison.
Yeah.
That's a really good comparison.
All he needed was a cigar. That's all he needed. You got nothing. If you were man,
He wanted to have a cigar.
Now you punk.
He wanted to have a cigar.
Yeah.
They wouldn't allow him to have one. He wanted to have one.
Yeah.
But that's what I thought. He's reminded me of an old Chicago or New York gangster, somebody in the Teamsters, a big person in that. So
yeah,
and I'll tell you, before I realized, way back when they were talking about the show and they showed the Penguin, I didn't realize that was Colin Farrell because there was so much makeup on him. I didn't know who it was. So that was, and some people say, well, you put him under all that makeup and then you don't know who he, no, he acted through that makeup.
Yeah.
We weren't there to see Colin Farrell. We were there to see Colin Farrell project the Penguin.
Yeah.
So,
no, I completely
and he
agree.
did a great job of it without you seeing his actual face.
Yeah.
Facts. So can't believe this.
Look
man.
at Lucas.
The champ is here and he's got some drinks. So real quick, I want to make sure I let Lucas plug because he is an active, not TeamJVS. TeamJVS would not be still existing without Lucas, so I appreciate you for showing up.
Man,
Man, lit up.
Look here. As COO of TeamJVS, I would just again like to thank everyone for tuning in and watching this. Which is the fifth non-spoiler review of the Batman.
This is
which is
so
amazing because this movie just came out. We've done 5 of these already.
Something
it's
weird
amazing
like
that people are still watching too, which is great. Kenya, oh man, you here? This is amazing. Look here. This,
oh my God,
this is a family affair all of a sudden.
It is. So Lucas, really quick.
Oh, man.
Like I got some small questions.
Are you gonna ask me what my thoughts are of the Batman?
No,
we did a review on it.
No, I'm gonna ask you small questions really quick because I know you.
Oh, okay. All right.
What was your favorite character and why? And
oh man.
And then if you have a favorite moment, if you can expound on that as well.
My favorite character may have been John Turturro. I absolutely love him in this movie. He felt like the only real threat in this movie, and that's why I loved him so much in this movie. I think when we reviewed it, I think I even said when we reviewed it that he was my favorite character in this movie.
Yeah,
he's one of those career actors that can dive into any role besides Transformers and make it great. and he did that here with Carmine Falcone. Like he dove into this role and really did exactly what needed to be done to make you understand how corrupt Gotham is, because that's the key part of this film. You have to understand just how corrupt Gotham is. It's like Russia at this point. So you really got to understand just how corrupt Gotham is. And he does an amazing job at pinpointing that to you. My favorite scene of the movie? It's probably the opening scene because it reminded me the most of Zodiac, which this film borrows a lot from. And that is when we first see the Riddler. And I think that's the mayor-to-be or the upcoming mayor when it's a small scene where he's watching television.
Right, from the binoculars.
We pan and we see the Riddler directly behind him. Yep. That is a ultimate horror movie moment. When you're like, oh my God, the killer's in the house. Like it's one of those moments. And it was possibly my favorite moment from this film because it set the tone for the film you were going to get.
Yeah.
And I think that is important for this movie. It has to set the tone because if it doesn't, you're going to leave the audience disappointed. So you have to set the tone from the beginning. Like, this is not the Batman movie you thought you were going to get. This is not an action film. This is a film noir. And that scene right there put the horror element in it that I hope brought the audience along the ride to inform you what type of film you were going to get.
Yeah, and
Oh
just
yeah.
real quick, because one thing I was gonna bring up, we didn't talk about because I didn't think about it, is that the binoculars that
Oh
that
shit!
Riddler
Is
was
that two
using.
Cannons? Wait a minute.
What? What are you talking about?
Oh man. Oh man. I got thrown off a little bit.
You have been drinking, ain't
Y'all,
you?
he's drinking, y'all.
Yeah, I was about to
Okay.
say he been drinking.
Bear with me, Lord.
Hey, look. Because it's Keaton and then it's Black Odinson, and both of you for a minute there. I said, wait a minute.
He said all y'all look alike.
Hey, and look, I all lives.
I hear
matter
that in Asgard
so
all the
fast.
time. Heimdall, is that you? Oh shit! Sorry, man.
Okay,
Oh,
so real
man.
quick, I gotta bring this up because I forget who brought it. I think it might have been Kenya, but the binoculars that you're referring to when the Riddler was using them, looking across. Initially, I kind of was like, "Is Batman kind of like doing some
Yeah.
reconnaissance and watching?"
Yeah.
And then you find out it's the Riddler, and of course he kills him in the most terrible way. But the later on scene when you see Batman also use binoculars, it's the same type of binoculars. And it's almost like a parallel between the two of like literally the Batman that we're getting in this film could easily go and stray left or right. And I think this is a great segue because the next question I had was, what do you guys think about the concept of this movie being a story built around Batman and not built around a villain or a super powered threat, but really built around Batman? What do you guys think about that as far as the identification of this film? Because to me, there hasn't been many that's done that like this.
Well, I hope
so I'm
this
just curious.
Batman stays in the street, as it were, and not fighting some super gigantic threat from someplace else. I like he's back at his very gritty roots with his rogues gallery of villains, as opposed to some super powered thing.
Right. What do you guys think as far as
Well,
that concept?
for the Batman, this is the first film to me where you get an overly focus on Batman, and I had to really think about it as I went through all the Batman movies. The Dark Knight clearly it's not a Batman movie. It's more about the villain, and it's supposed to be because it's a sequel. Unfortunately, that's the film that people connect this one to, and that's the film you shouldn't connect this one to. Batman Begins is a focus on Bruce Wayne. This is the first movie that said, hey, we know who Bruce Wayne is. Now we need to explain to you why Batman is Batman. It's never been a film in this series that's ever done that, to want to explain to the audience why Batman is Batman. We've always gotten the death of the parents, which is all about Bruce Wayne. And that's what makes Batman Begins so good, is that it's a Bruce Wayne film with the Batman. This is a Batman film that features Bruce Wayne for maybe 10 minutes. They decided.
Are we drinking the same shit?
Yeah, it's that they decided not to give you that because it was unnecessary at this point. It's equivalent to what they did in Homecoming with Spider-Man. It's unnecessary for you to know Peter Parker at this point. You need to actually understand Spider-Man and why he is Spider-Man. Here it was you need to understand Batman and why he is Batman. So this is the only movie in the non-animated universe that explains why Batman is Batman.
Anybody else want to comment on that?
I just, first of all, I like how you phrased that. The first non-animated film, because I'll say this: the animated show and those films, they had to crawl for these movies to run. So I hope that people go back to it and be like, oh, so this is a drawing from a lot of that stuff, and that's what made the film fascinating. That you weren't sure. I said it a while back when the first teaser dropped. This might be the film where he holds the gun and he decides whether he kills or not. And in some regards, I'm glad that they didn't do that. That he flat out at one line. He only said it once. He tells it to Gordon, no guns. So I like that it was very much in your. You have to stick with it because it's all mind stuff. And as much as I love people saying go back to year one and go back to the Long Halloween, yes, that this film, takes elements of that and honors it in the best way possible. But this is where I implore people to go watch Zodiac if you haven't. Go watch Prisoners. Go watch Chinatown. There's kids, 15, 60 years old and be like, huh? You want me to watch a detective story? And then I'm like, that's what this fool started as off before they put him against giants and gods and whatnot. So I like the grounded element about it.
Wait a minute, how old are you, Ronan? Why are you telling people to watch Chinatown? What? That's now Chinatown is one of my favorite movies of all time. I absolutely love that movie, but geez, Louise.
I'm the weird kid of the 90s that grew up watching old movies and running around Pokemon cards collecting whatnot.
I knew it was the reason I liked you. I knew always.
God, I might be older than all of you.
Maybe. I'm not going to say my age.
60 years old.
Oh wow! Yes.
No, what the?
60 years old.
And Mr. Angela Bassett, because you have no business saying you're 60 because you don't look 60. Oh my God, what the
no, man?
Good God Almighty, man! I need to look here. I am 20 years away from 60. I need to look like that in 20 years. Muscles and all.
What is he drinking?
Like that. God,
what is he drinking?
It's some ladies on Social Security right now sweating.
Hey, exactly.
How did we get here? Again.
It's the chesticles. It's the chesticles.
Oh man, you are older, Keenan. I knew it was something. I knew it was your future Keenan.
Let me tell you something. When the reason I'm the Brodenson, as I told Sam before, it's because my father. When I was young, I was at a store, a deli, with my father. We were getting some sandwiches. My father was a carpenter, and we were near. They had the comic book rack in the deli, and my father tapped me and he said, look, boy, he's got a hammer like him, right? So I saw that was the first time I saw Thor. So my father bought me my first Thor comic book, and that's why, because he had a hammer. My father was a carpenter. That's why I like Thor.
That is dope.
So which came out the same year I was born, mind you. So
right on.
Oh man, that is an amazing.
Oh man,
I'm old nigga.
Now it explains why Sam said, and he's 10 times worse than Lucas, because he's clearly 20 years older than me. And Lucas in 20 years would be 10 times worse than I am right now.
But I do want to say something. I do want to say something to you, Lucas. I do want to say something to you. No. It's not that. You said something that was fascinating, Sam. When I texted you about Batman, what did I tell you? I said it was the best thing next to the animated stuff as far as Batman. Did I not tell you that in the text?
Yeah.
I'm just saying it was remarkable to hear that someone else say that, because that's what I thought of Batman. This movie was the best version of Batman, the most gritty, down-to-earth version of Batman, where beyond the animated series, where you could believe this could really be done, as opposed to all kind of super stuff. And virtually everything he did, you could really believe that it could be done right now. So that's what I liked about this Batman, was the believability of it.
Do you think that's because this is the second year of Batman, where it's a situation where this would be the most low-tech Batman beyond Batman Begins, even though he had money.
Agree. And it depends on where they want to take it. Do they want to keep this going? They got a chance to either keep this Batman the way that he is, or do we? And personally, my vote is no, keep Batman where he is.
I have some interesting points on that later on.
Yeah.
And that's when I was supposed to join. I'm only here now because I'm 3 drinks in, and I don't know if I would make it long enough to talk.
I got 5 on it.
Oh my God.
But Ronan, I absolutely love that you brought up Chinatown, because it sets a precedence of what people should expect from this movie. I mean, it is I hate to say ripoff, but it is a ripoff of anything by David Fincher. If you've seen any of his movies, you can come into the Batman and expect exactly what you're going to get. because that's what this movie is. Whether it be Seven, whether it be The Game, which is closer to this movie than anything else, is The Game. If you ever have a chance to watch that with Michael Douglas, it's very close to this film.
That's a good movie.
In the way everything is depicted here. So it was just a different angle he took. Maybe not the best angle for a general audience or box office, but definitely the best angle for his interpretation of what Batman should be.
Yeah. I mean, even down to the wire of Riddler. And the way he was breathing, just that's literally how the Zodiac would do when he would call in at the news station and be like, I have a gun to my head, or whatever he would say and whatnot. And I mean, to piggyback on Arch and Lucas talking about the animated series, I think the animated series is lining the bottle where it's for both, adults could appreciate it and kids could watch it. It's almost a perfect tone of like where kids could enjoy it, and yet there's some dark stuff in it. And even when they get closer to Justice League Unlimited, I mean, even from I remember somebody, I think it was Jorge, who brought up the Batmobile and how some people weren't crazy about it when the first photos came out. I looked at it and I was just like, if I worked hard and saved a lot of money, I can buy a Dodge Charger, mess around a little with it, and I can make my own Batmobile and be like, yeah, I did this,
And not if you're not trying to die. Don't
exactly. Besides that part,
don't listen to Ronan about Dodge Charger and do the things he did in this movie. You're gonna die in it. You're gonna die.
Hey Sam.
So yeah,
one of the other things I liked is how they used the tight shots of Batman's eyes to tell a lot about what he was thinking and how he was doing. When he was in danger, you could see fear. When he was driving that car and it was out of control at times, you could see fear in his eyes. They would pull in close so that you could see the fear in his eyes because he wasn't talkative. So he let his eyes, just like, remember, when you think about Batman, the animated series, it was all white, but the eyes would come down when he was angry. You could see the fear in his eyes when they would get big. He was very expressive with his eyes. Just look at that shot right there. You could see he's pissed. Okay, so it was the same way in this movie. His eyes did almost all the talking emotionally.
Yeah. So I mean, the piggyback off of that, I mean, that's the aesthetic of the way they designed the mask for sure. But I mean, I think we all have to say that Pattinson, like, he held it. He held his own. Like, all the emotion, all the expression is all done through just his eyes. Like he's going fully immersive in the way that we're receiving him and how he's telling the story through just his expression alone. So I don't know if y'all disagree, but I felt like he did a phenomenal job.
No, man, it was perfect. 100%. One could say they did the wide eyes without doing the wide eyes from the comics and the show.
Right. Yes.
From an acting standpoint, he's the third best Batman, so it will make sense. Not from the film standpoint, completely different, but from a natural acting standpoint, they understood you got to put somebody that can actually act in this role here. And the only other times we've ever seen someone who can actually act, and no disrespect to Ben Affleck, who I think is a really good actor, it's Michael Keaton and Christian Bale, of actors who can actually do this role. So when they cast,
I felt the same way. I felt the same way when they cast Michael Keaton. I didn't think he could do it. I said he's short. This guy, he can't do it. And I was absolutely blown away when I first saw it. And the opening credits for that Batman was one of the best things I've ever seen.
Danny Elfman.
That music playing, Danny Elfman. And when they pull back, you realize you were just on a stone emblem of the bat.
The symbol.
Come on, man. Come on.
I am a sucker for the opening of The Dark Knight. I fucking love that opening. Of all those
the Joker scene,
the
Joker scene where he gets away.
Not that opening scene. The opening scene with Batman, where you have all the fake Batman coming around, and they think they can feel his position.
Hockey
and just that intensity that you get from Christian Bale there. But also, same thing with Batman '89. I went to the movies to see that as a kid. Sorry, bro. As a kid, I went to go see that movie in the theater. Like
it's all right, young.
It blew me away when I went to go see it. So when Robert Pattinson was cast in his role, I remember telling Sam, like, there's no way they're going to get Batman wrong. My fear was everything else at that point because I understood what he can do from, was it Wall Street? I'm trying to think of the name of the film that he did right before being cast as Batman.
For Michael Keaton, it was Mr. Mom, wasn't it?
Robert Pattinson.
Oh, the movie that
was it The Lighthouse?
The Lighthouse?
Wasn't it the Lighthouse?
No, Lighthouse was years later. It was a film based on him playing someone on Wall Street. It's an amazing film. I'll get the name of it.
I know what you're talking about.
Check it out. It's a great film to watch. And he did that right before getting cast as Batman. And I said, they're looking for an actor to be Batman. And from that, I said, okay, so Batman won't be an issue. Like my biggest fear was always Zoe. It was never Batman, and it shows why, because he's an actor who knows how to emote his emotion even through just looking at you, right? Which is something you have to be able to pull off to play Batman,
right?
Unless you're George Clooney, and we saw what happened with Batman and Robin.
No comment. Brandon,
no comment.
What do you think about the story built around Batman in the context of this film? Because I think everybody's kind of spoken up except for you on that.
Well, I'll kind of do an amalgamation of what I've been hearing, and I apologize. It'll be slightly long-winded, but I promise you there is a purpose. One thing that I'm hearing again and again is just our subjective, introduction to superheroes, whether it be Batman, be it Thor, whatever the case may be. And I'll bring it back around to, what I was teasing before with you, Sam. And I didn't even know this about you, but it came to my attention, when I posted it, is Lucas, you were just talking about the 89 Batman. Don't feel bad. 89 Batman was my very first film that I ever saw. So there you go. Tells my age. But anyway,
bunch of kids.
I digress. But yeah, first film that I saw.
As shit, man.
First film that I saw, and it had an indelible, imprint on my fandom when it comes to superheroes. And I have to keep that in mind and keep that in context, because when I'm thinking of the 89 Batman, so many of those things are still stick in my mind, like about that film, even to this day. Even after seeing so many iterations of Batman franchises, they still hold in my mind. I know just talking about the intro, and we were talking about the scene, that first scene between the Joker when he's officially the Joker, that first conflict that they have where he's escaping away with Vicky Vale, and just thinking of those things, and then fast forwarding, because I had posted it, so with what we do, Sam, with JVS and you guys with other with all the other press outlets that are out there, we're very fortunate in that a lot of times we get an opportunity to meet, some incredible people. And a lot of times, sometimes we're meeting them just while they're on the cusp of doing something. And then other times, it's right when they're about to do it. And, I was fortunate enough where, I had an opportunity to meet Matt Reeves, 10, 12 years ago. And this was way back when. I'll go back at it was actually at a Comic-Con party, and it was when he was promoting at the time, which is another great film, by the way. I'll give a shout out to it, Let Me In.
Let Me In.
It's a remake of Let the Right One In, a vampire film, Let the Right One In. So highly suggest the original, but also check out his remake that stars Cody McPhee, I believe his name is. He just got nominated for a SAG award, and then you also have Chloe Moretz as well, for Kick-Ass, of course. But yeah, in meeting him, we, as I said, we have an opportunity to meet a lot of actors, directors, what have you. And let me just say, I had an opportunity to meet filmmakers, to meet directors, producers, what have you. And Mr. Reeves, he's a different type of dude, different type of cat. He's very, down to earth, and he'll, have a conversation with anybody. And he's a different. The reason why I say he's a different type of dude is that a lot of times, like when you are meeting certain artists, you kind of have kind of that samey type of vibe where you can tell that they're there to promote their project, but beyond that, there's not a whole bunch else that they're willing to interact with you about. And he's a very thought-provoking person, very he's a very he's very much a person who you can tell that he is very precise and detailed in what he's trying to accomplish and what he's trying to get out of the material that he produces. So to see this far down the line after that moment of having that introduction, and now seeing his work now with the Batman. I mean, they had Let Me In. We had the Planet of the Apes, remakes that trilogy as well. And I feel like that doesn't really get a whole much, doesn't get enough credit. Like, I mean, yeah, it is kind of like an IP franchise related films, but if you really dig deep into those films, there's a lot to mine from there in terms of what he brought to those pictures and those installments that he did. And so in considering that, the reason why I bring that up is I'm going to say something that's really unpopular, but I'm going to say it anyway, is the reason why I bring up the idea of our baggage or how we love our characters is that I feel like sometimes, and mind you, I loved the film The Batman, but I still feel that sometimes there is a tendency, to still be, and it could be a combination of things. It could be because you were just freshly seeing, the film, and we're still in the, we're still in the adrenaline of seeing, the film the first time.
You talking about the honeymoon phase?
Yeah, I mean, we have that. That I feel like that's a real thing. You have that component there, but you also have that idea of I feel like there's a need these days of constantly saying, "Oh, this is the greatest movie ever. This is the greatest superhero movie ever. It's the greatest superhero movie ever because it's grounded. This is the greatest superhero movie ever because like it closely ties to what we're trying to do in the comics." And at the end of the day, which is why I a lot of times have to check myself in terms of when it comes to fandom and how sometimes we can kind of get I feel like stuck in being in the most recent thing being the greatest thing since sliced bread. And I mean, don't get me wrong, again, the Batman is a great film, but I mean, even in listening to all the conversations or the points that you guys have been making of things that it does indeed borrow from. I mean, and it does borrow from these various films, other films that we know and love. So there isn't necessarily there are things that it takes inspiration from, and it, don't get me wrong, it pulls things from those and executes them in a very effective way. But still, at the end of the day, it's still getting that inspiration from these other avenues as well, and just being able to acknowledge that and being able to look at that objectively versus kind of just christening it as like the best movie ever, if that makes any sense. So
I'm gonna say this because that was one of the questions. Is the comparison, and we're gonna dive deep into that. I didn't want to go there yet.
Okay.
But no, you put it out there because I was waiting for somebody to come up actively.
I'll drop the hammer. There you go.
Did you say yet? You're an hour and a half in. I mean, you gotta get there.
Well, no, I was waiting from the beginning to somebody to say openly, like, this is where I feel, and I was like, so that way we can kind of have an open context discussion about it. But the next thing I wanted to talk about was kind of the atmosphere, real quick, because the atmosphere to me, I think Jorge touched on it for a second, Keaton touched on it for a second, and that could be visuals, it could be the design, it could be the score, it could be the tone. But the atmosphere of how this was built is something that's very telling. And I think it plays a role in how we feel about the film and how the film functions and how it flows. down to how it's even paced. And I mean, again, I'm looking at this as a critic and as a fan, but normal consumers, they may find it differently. That's the reason why I want to talk around the atmosphere of what the visuals, what the design, what the score, what does the tone do for you, so that we can kind of talk about it, and then maybe we can see what other people feel about it also in the chat. So in the chat, anybody can let us know right now, what did the feeling of this film make you feel? Like, I mean, the atmosphere, how did it make you feel? Like when you were going through it? Right. No, I mean, yeah.
Dread.
I want somebody to say that. I want somebody to say that in the chat, because I'm gonna give them a movie right now. So yeah, but you guys go for it. Go ahead.
Wait a minute. Can I get this movie? Because you cheated me after the first.
I want the Superman.
Oh, that's all I want to say. You cheated me.
I'm with JVS, and I don't have that.
Hey, look at Kedden. You see how this nigga is giving away stuff that we don't have?
I don't even have Superman.
You see how this is happening? Look here. When he said Matt Reeves, I could have named The Pallbearer, which is actually his Future Shock, which is his first movie. But I knew he was talking about Cloverfield, and then he tried to give me a Planet of the Apes movie that I don't want to watch.
Lucas, the last prize he's going to give away tonight is going to be my spot on JVS. He's going to be like, hey, Kedden, I'm there with you. If I don't get my goddamn Planet of the Apes movie, I'm going to riot in here. I'm gonna fuck all this shit up if I don't get my Planet of the Apes.
They were waiting.
Hey-o. Okay. All right. So bring us back. What do you feel about the atmosphere? Expound on the atmosphere real quick. You can't.
Well, I mean, you saw the way that they had it set up, so that you saw that there was just lawlessness everywhere. There was very little to be happy about anywhere. You never saw everybody celebrating, having good times and all that. It was kind of dreary. Even the weather, it was always kind of rainy, kind of dreary. So I think that set the tone for the movie, which is a perfect tone for a Batman movie.
Right.
So that you knew the period that Batman was in. It was a very low. That also was expressive of Batman's demeanor. The weather was indicative of his demeanor. Remember, he's like in his second year in. So, that's just how I saw it. That I thought they did it really good. It would have been funny it wouldn't have been right to have like a bright sunny thing, and people complained about, Bruce Wayne wasn't doing enough. Bruce Wayne had just been through some shit. He was still going through some shit, right? he got fucked some people up first to get his head right. So, what did the sheriff tell the little sheriff in the Superman 2? You gotta learn to whoop ass if you want to be a peacemaker. So he's still learning. He's still learning to be an effective peacemaker, but he only knows about the whooping ass part. So I don't think that Batman Bruce Wayne has yet found anything to really be happy about. He hasn't found anything to be happy about. I think the closest thing he probably found was Catwoman. And let's face it, if I was watching somebody in their drawers running around across the street, I'd be happy too. So, and she did look good in the drawers, right? So,
especially Zoe Kravitz. I mean,
she did look good.
If Zoe Kravitz was hanging from shit while I was in the presence of her, look here, I would fight crime too. Because
that's another part. Is right. Batman's
if I could get Catwoman's cat by fighting crime, I'm going to get Catwoman's cat by fighting crime. That's the way.
There you go.
I totally understand.
Oh my god! Hold on.
No, I'm just saying. No, if
and then he even admitted
like
that he was across the street. Said, you look good.
Hey, Kedden, say it again. Fuck Gotham. I'm here for you.
When she was, the way if she had looked at me like that, Gotham would have been on his.
And I would have gotten over my parents. Whoever she wanted to kill, I'd be like, baby, do you need me to help you? Like,
so this is one thing that I found was funny.
I'm Sprung by T-Pain.
Arch brought up.
I'm in love
really
with
cool.
A stripper by T-Pain. That's what I'm gonna play.
Oh my god! Arch brought up something really good about the eyes, because one of the things is that Pattinson's Batman, his personal boundaries and space with people is just awkward and off most of the time. But specifically with her, like her personal space, like he was really close up on her, And I was for the longest time I was trying to think about. I was like, why he like always like he's sizing her up? Like, yeah, she's pretty, but I feel like a part of him didn't know whether or not to lock her tail up and to bust her, or whether or not to kind of trail her because he wanted to help. And I might be wrong, but it was just the way that their personal boundaries. Like, it was kind of like a part of him was like,
Sam, he saw in the drawers, Sam.
But
Exactly.
He saw in the drawers,
Hey,
Sam.
hey, say it again.
He
Sam
saw
trying to
in the
go as deep
drawers,
as
man.
possible. It is not necessary. He was this was his
Batman was
closest
gonna
to
swing
Twilight
into some
moment.
drawers.
That's all it was.
anyway,
It's a batarang away from pulling out of them drawers.
to
turn this back to atmosphere. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Ronan.
What Sam was saying about Selena, I think it was you could take it off. It's weird that he's stalking her and seeing what she's doing, but that was a pivotal point where he'd be like, no, this isn't just a woman who's in cahoots with the underworld. She cares for this person and wants to help out. Now she might be a burglar or not, but she wants to help out. And it's just like, well, I'm in.
Oh snap! Warner Brothers, shut them down.
Purgatory.
Oh man.
You should have went for them drawers. See that?
Ronan saw Catwoman draws too. He ain't know what to do.
You know what's really funny? So when he's watching her across the street, right? And you go pan across, you see in the closet she got like grappling hooks and shit and all this, and I was like, I can't be the only person that saw all this shit. And I was like, what the hell? But it's another reminder that people don't.
All right.
And it was real life because people don't close the shades, they don't close the blinds, they got all kind of dildos and shit hanging out, and they just don't care, right? Whips and shit. So
only in Gotham, do they not close shades. They do nothing in Gotham.
Well, I'm from New York, so I tell you that's which is
you're
Gotham,
from Gotham,
as it were.
You're
So
Gotham.
yeah,
yes.
nobody closes anything. Just
Jorge, I thought Gotham was Pittsburgh.
And for the other giveaway,
hold on.
So what happened to the other guy? Did he just drop a nut and just talk about
Gotham
screenshot it.
Gotham and Dark Knight Rises is Pittsburgh. That's the only time Gotham has been Pittsburgh. When Hines Ward was running on the field and everything exploded. I said, wait a minute.
Good night, everybody.
I know.
So, Kedden, real quick, bring us back. Atmosphere, tone, like visuals, Gotham being like, what were your thoughts about the atmosphere and the way that Matt Reeves had this? Because it may not be for everybody. Because it's not a conventional, superhero-esque film. That was what I was getting to.
That's
I'm
what
waiting
you were
for
attempting to get to.
Like everybody was. It's not talking about.
We got focus on Catwoman draws, and then you said atmosphere. Like
Sam, you let folks in here drinking liquor, man. That's what you. I don't know what you were expecting to happen, but
moderated.
Oh man, go ahead, Kedden.
All right. No, I really liked the atmosphere because it gave Gotham an identity, and that was something I felt like we really hadn't seen since the 80s and 90s films. Because the last trilogy, it's Chicago. Like I know that pizza place, like that's Chicago, right? Like the whole time I'm watching, I'm like, oh, it's Batman, he's in Chicago. But this, I actually felt immersed in this city, and you could see it everywhere. The cops weren't happy, like the people weren't happy, like nobody was happy there because it's Gotham. I don't know why anybody lived there, even in the comic books. I'm like, I don't know why are you here? And that's what I really liked about it because Batman is in this place that no one is going to defend. Like the cops are bad. And that's one thing that I really liked about it. One thing that helped set the atmosphere was them showing that every politician in this city is dirty, like already. Like where the government guys at? Oh, they actually in the club with the mob right now. Like and that helped set this dark atmosphere because not only is this city itself actually dark, but it's showing that the city is spiritually dark.
Can I ask Kedden a quick question here? Because it's something that you brought up that I've always recognized from Christopher Nolan's Batman, which is prior to his Batman, Gotham was New York. Even here, Gotham is New York.
Mhm.
Christopher decided to take a city that unfortunately is way more corrupt than New York and put Batman into it. How much do you think that played into the atmospheric change from the prior trilogy to this movie? Because we understand, like, Chicago's a wasteland at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you
And
see all the
New York
memes with the
isn't-
new mayor, and it's
Yeah.
fine.
Like, New York isn't necessarily that anymore. So this is a New York of closer of yesteryear than currently. So it kind of changes the atmosphere. What did you think about just that dynamic of just changing what the city's location would be to change the atmosphere of the films?
I like the way they did it, because even though like Gotham is obviously, like you said, supposed to be New York, they did it in this movie, did it in a well enough way that I felt like it was still a fictional place. Like, you know, the Schumacher movies, when they did Gotham City, it looked like Middle Earth from the year 3000. Like, I don't know what they were attempting to do. They were like statues the size of skyscrapers holding nothing. Like, it was just weird. But this
Gay man's
movie,
fantasy.
like, yeah,
The best way
but
to
this
put it.
like this movie really set like a tone. Like, this city has history and it's gone down in the dumps. And that's what I appreciated about it. Because yeah, I mean, yeah, Chicago's having a tough time right now and everything, but this felt like something different. Like, you know, it's almost like the way Frank Miller set up Sin City. It's like, this is a fictional world that's even darker than the world that you can think of here that is currently actually dark.
Okay.
That's good. Anybody else want to touch on that before we go to the next question?
Above atmosphere, because my damn internet cut me off. Sorry about that.
We thought it was Warner Brothers. Don't worry about it.
I
Yeah.
did. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm like, Warner Brothers, I like your movie. What?
But don't worry about it. They're not Disney. Only Disney cuts you off when you say things you shouldn't.
To me, when you asked about atmosphere, I think this film just not validate, but I'm happy that I'm into Hitchcock movies, that I'm into older movies than probably kids my age or young adults my age would be into. Like, for example, I know my friends are gonna go watch it and they're gonna like it because it's Batman, but they'll be like, it's too slow and it was too dark and what's with the, and I'm like, you have different iterations of Batman. You can go different ways, and this new version wanted to go simple noir. And people will be like, what's noir? And I'll roll my eyes and be like, oh God. But I just like the fact that it went down that route, and hopefully as more interviews come out with Matt Reeves talking, that look at how he drew on the city and gave it a mix of modern and yet gothic vibes, that the old ways, old designs are still there with new art, what's the reason, tools or whatnot, that look at how Bruce's house looks. It's like a castle. It's like a horror movie. You know, it's like Dracula's castle, and yet there's, you know, they have their own mini Times Square where you see all of the billboards and whatnot. So I like that this film was for me in a way. It was. I didn't want to know too much about it. I just wanted to be simple noir and do something that doesn't feel like the past movies without having to, you know, poke fun of it or even just say diss it in some manner. It was just its own thing. It was simple, and I'm glad that, at least for me, I appreciate what it is without having, you know, a guy in a suit, that it's a detective story.
Yeah.
Hey, Sam.
Yeah.
Sam, one of the things talking about moods that I appreciated was you usually, when you see Batman, it is usually at night, right? The Dark Knight. It's in a dark place. It's clandestine, right?
Yeah.
But in this Batman, when they're at the first crime scene and he walks in past the police, you can see fear, anger, jealousy over Batman.
Yeah.
They didn't want him there for a variety of reasons. And you could feel that resentment that he was in fact there. You could
Yeah.
feel that tension that he was there. And that's not something you generally see. Usually, even in the most recent Batmans, the only time you saw Batman was with Commissioner Gordon.
Mm-hmm.
He's rarely with anybody else but Commissioner Gordon.
Yeah.
But here he walks in through all the cops and he's going through the crime scene and doing all the stuff. And even at the very end, that you could see that Batman wasn't accustomed to being seen by the general public. Because remember, when he was with the police, they were like, hey, the media's here, you got to get out of here. Okay. At the very end, when he kills the electricity to stop everybody from getting electrocuted, which I think was as close as we're going to get to Moses parting the Red Sea here, when he cracks that flare.
Yeah.
When he reaches his hand out, they paid off the 2 times that you see the kid, right? They did a hat trick. You see him at the very beginning. You see him when he rescues him so the car doesn't hit him before the guy blows up. And then they pay it off finally at the end when he goes down and he's reaching and nobody wants to go to him. They're afraid of him because, I don't think that they've seen him. They're afraid of him. They're like, we'd rather die under this thing than go to you. And it was the kid who reached out to him first. And then the adults, the mayor, the adults were trusting. Look at that. That's a powerful piece of cinematography. You know what that shot reminds me of? In What If? Do you remember when Hawkeye is falling down the thing and he's shooting the arrows to kill the Ultrons and it's in slow motion? And he's falling down real slow and the lighting is beautiful. It's like that's what that reminded me of. Look at that. He's literally the light leading them out of darkness, yet he's the Dark Knight. How about that?
Right.
Oh.
I heard that comparison of 10 Commandments somewhere. I forgot who said it in another channel, but I was just like, yep, there is some of that Moses feel there as well.
Yeah.
So say 2 quick things about the atmosphere and mood. Before you, I said 2 minutes. Quick. First, it reminded me fully of the War of the Planet of the Apes. It's the same tone and the same mood that is set in that movie. Again, if you have not seen it, go back and see it. It's the first. It's the only Planet of the Apes movie that Matt Reeves had complete control over. So it explains why the tone is identical to this tone in this film. The other thing that Brodenson brought up, which is weird, it's literally one of the weak points of the film for me, and one of the points that I hear the most issues with is Batman with police and us leaving alone that he should in no way, shape, form, or fashion be around them. I do enjoy in past iterations where it's just him and Gordon. The reason why is because technically Gordon is supposed to be the only cop that trusts him. Here, he's in situations where it kind of makes you question the mythos beforehand of Batman, because he shouldn't be able to be around cops, especially with Gordon not being a commissioner in this film. He's literally just another detective. It should have never been that situation. So it kind of brings a conflict that a lot of people online are bringing up about him and cops in this movie that doesn't fully make sense to them. But as for the tone, again, it's very reminiscent of War of the Planet of the Apes. If that's something you've not seen, even Woody Harrelson's portrayal in that film compared to the Riddler's portrayal in this film, they are very similar to each other.
No.
And that's the way he chose to set the mood and the tone of this film.
Oh yeah. Character driven. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So the next thing I was gonna go into was gonna be what didn't work.
I got a list.
Now the thing about this, and what I'll do is because I don't have any issues with this movie personally.
Really?
But I really don't.
Oh, there's one thing that's big.
But what I'm going to do is I'm going to preface it like this, because I'm not just looking at it from my perspective. I'm looking at it from our perspective. The way that this film is, in general, is not something that I can ever take my son to see until he's like 15 or 16 years old. Like, the tone of this is a superhero thriller. There's a lot of death. There's no joy. But it's all the way a Batman-centric film, which what I love. but that's not what the general public is accustomed to seeing. Now, I did look at the cinema score. I did look at a lot of the audience score. Most of them have been very positive. Most of the audience has been pretty positive, but there have been other people that's kind of been like, I don't know, like this isn't my Batman, yada yada yada. So I did want to go down this route of just let me know one thing that didn't work for you in this film. Not a whole bunch of things, just one thing that didn't work, because I don't got time for all that.
Well,
Because
Sam,
the next thing I'm going to go into is going to be the other Batman films, and that's the next thing I'm going into this. But yeah, what's up? What's up, Art?
well, Sam,
I gotta get
I'll
ready
say
to head
this
out,
right
guys.
quick. I think I
Ooh.
slightly disagree with you. I think that the difference between Marvel movies and DC movies is DC movies are gritty. They're almost always down. Like it's always the color palette is very muted. Marvel's laughing, telling jokes, not
action
showing
comedies.
people getting spikes through the head, right? DC movies are always very gritty. They're very, that's the nature of them. So I don't think this was any
Some
new
are.
thing. That they're really,
Hold up.
So,
Let's dig
Yeah,
deeper
go
into that comment here. Eliminate
Y'all
all.
have a
Hold
good
on.
Go ahead, Keenan. Go ahead,
Hold
Keenan.
on,
and I meant
Keaton.
that in relation to how like Marvel does. When you said, "Hey, this movie is gritty," I'm like, well, almost all the DC movies are gritty like this.
I'm
You
gonna
know,
answer
Dig
that,
into
but we're gonna let
that.
Keenan go because
I know
Keenan
you're
has to
going,
go real
Lucas.
quick.
I know you're going, Lucas. But
I'm gonna let Keenan go because Keenan
Go
has
ahead.
to go real quick. Go ahead,
I'm
Keenan.
gonna get out of here.
Keaton, can you do me one favor just to drop a bomb on people?
All right.
Because we asked that question in our rant.
Oh boy.
And I want to do it because I want somebody to explain it to me, because as a Batman film, right? Just a Batman film, not a movie, just a Batman film.
Batman film.
Where does this rank for you?
This is the best Batman film.
Okay, all right,
Batman wise, this is the best Batman film. It wasn't a movie about the Joker. It wasn't a movie about Rachel Dawes. It was a movie about Batman. This is the best Batman film.
So hold on. So okay, I was gonna do it for you because I know 1989 is something special to you, and as well as The Dark Knight you really love.
Oh yeah.
Why is it that Batman 1989, The Dark Knight aren't this? What is it about this that sets it apart from those two excellent films in their own Batman respective rights?
You're 100%.
We're gonna get to there in a little bit, but they need to talk about things that they like in a little bit. So
you're 100% right. They are both excellent films. The Dark Knight, of course, everyone has a feel about that movie. But the difference between all this movie and all of those, this was the one that I walked away thinking about Batman more than I was thinking about the villains. Now, don't get it twisted. I thought the villains in this one were great. I did. I liked Falcone. I loved what he did. I loved what Penguin did. I loved what Paul Dano did. But I walked away thinking to myself, Batman is messed up. Throughout The Dark Knight, who's the name that everybody remembers from The Dark Knight?
Heath Ledger.
Absolutely. As they should. This movie was the first one where I walked away and I felt like I was in Batman's head. That whole
What the hell is that?
movie.
The Dark Knight.
and like I said, I don't want to get it twisted that I'm saying, oh man, this guy doesn't like The Dark Knight. Please don't blow up my Twitter with that. That's not what I'm saying. I think that as a Batman film, this was the one, because they jumped, like y'all said before, they jumped straight into it. We didn't have to see any pearls hitting the ground. We didn't have to see the Zorro movie being played. They just went straight to it. Here's Batman. He's going to work. He's doing detective work. He's not writing notes to assistant district attorneys trying to simp for, like, there's none of that. It's just Batman doing what he does, and that's being Batman. And I really appreciated it, because so many times I feel like I always got drawn away, no matter what the Batman film was. So whether it was Rachel Dawes, I'm like, wait, why is Nicole Kidman in this movie? Right? Like, I just like, there's so many times when I feel like they just shift the focus. But this movie, the focus was Batman, and he was doing detective work. We didn't see the Riddler a ton, because the entire time it wasn't about what is the Riddler doing right now. It was about the Batman trying to catch up with the Riddler. And that's what I appreciated about it. This is the best Batman film.
All right, so I did that intentionally. So you guys will have time to talk about that when we talk about our respective things that we didn't like. But Kedden, thank you so much for coming, dude.
Absolutely.
And where can everybody follow you, dude?
You can hit me up at TeamJVS, especially if you win that Superman tonight. Also, you can find me Twitter, Kedden7. That's KEEDEN and the number 7. I'm also on Instagram, but like I'm not on Instagram like that. But yeah, hit me up.
All right, Kedden. Appreciate you, bro.
Yeah, love y'all. Y'all have a good night.
All right, man. Good night.
Good night.
Now, can I talk about the things I don't like now?
You're talking about one thing you didn't like, Lucas. One thing, and everybody can do one thing. And if you don't have a one thing, that's fine. I don't want everybody to make up stuff.
I had a great answer. Kedden again, like that was awesome at the end. Brodesson said something, and I was about to say something, and I completely lost my train of thought. So I'm just gonna say what I have to say for the end, because it is going to encompass the things that I did not like about this movie, and it's not a little bit of them. But if I had to pinpoint one thing, it's literally that Batman is the key focus of this movie.
Interesting.
Okay. All right.
That's it. Hey, I'm gonna leave it open-ended. I'm not gonna say more right now. That's it. Leave it open-ended.
All right. Art, did you have anything about this film that you didn't care for, or one thing about this film that you didn't care for?
Nope.
No, not mic drop. Okay. Jorge.
So, there was only one part of this movie that took me out of the movie element, and it was the squirrel suit skydiving type scene. So I am all for like bulletproof vests. I'm even all for like the adrenaline, like, you know, shooting it up in your thigh and acting all crazy. But you can't fall from a building with a squirrel suit, hit a metal freaking rod, and just walk away from that without having like brain damage. That was like, when that happened, even in my theater, like people were cracking up.
Yeah.
And that took me, that was the only scene that literally took me out of like the whole experience. And I almost wish they could have done that a little bit better. And not to take, like, I like the way Tron did it. Like the last movie of Tron, where like the dude gets like, where he gets like hung up on the light and then he like falls, you know, on the ground a little bit. But when you get like 50 mile an hour blasting into a freaking like overhead path, I was just like, that was my only like rant of the movie. But yeah, that one definitely threw me off for sure.
So I'm gonna say this.
Oh Lord.
Only because this has happened many a times in Batman films, that they have to have this moment where Batman is like flying. I'll show y'all this one from the Batman Begins.
Yes.
This is from
Returns.
Batman Returns. And I mean, I think that. Do you think, Jorge, in your opinion, because the movie was so grounded the whole entire time, that kind of was one of those things that's kind of like out there, or was it the way that it was executed from a believability standpoint? Because the reason why I asked that is because he did hit. And
like I think it just
into the chart.
Yeah, I think it took away from everything that has happened so far in that movie. Was all believable, like as far-fetched as it can be. You know, like the car scene, believable. You know, like Catwoman dropping in from that one place, breaking into the safe, believable. Like everything, I was like, cool, I can see that happening. And I'm all for like, you know, Batman being this invincible person who can't get beat up. And I did appreciate that even throughout the movie, like he was getting handed, like, you know, it wasn't just him going through all these people. Like there were fight scenes, but that was the first part that literally it was like, like this is a cartoon movie. Like it took you out for that few seconds, and you know, it's like as soon as he hits it, I'm trying to think. He hits it, he rolls on top of the bus, and then just like goes down into like the alleyway almost. And like I almost would have appreciated it if he would have like crawled like into the alley, like something.
He did limp.
Yeah,
he limped.
He limped. But in my head, I was like, bro, like you're paralyzed. Like do something else. But that was like I said, that was, if I could be picky, that was the only part or like the only scene that literally like just unplugged it for me and then plugged it back in, you know.
It was like a reconnection.
Hold up, sir.
I think for as fantastical as that was, as fantastical as that was, and I agree with you, in real life, we see people survive incredible things. Look at racing, right? You see cars rolling over 50 times and they get up, flames, and walk away.
Yeah, but Dale
it's
Earnhardt
absurd.
Died. It happens.
Well, it's disgustingly absurd.
It's not the norm.
No, it's not normal. I'm just saying it's, you know, I've had plenty of accidents myself and shocked that I walked away from it like almost unhurt. I
can tell you possibly what threw you off the most, Jorge, in Batman Returns and in Batman Begins. Batman uses the point that he has money to create things to protect himself with. Here, that's never even brought up. So it could kind of throw you off because you're like, wait a minute, this is supposed to... He has a Dodge Charger that he souped up. Like, this isn't the Batman that you're accustomed to seeing, who's the billionaire, who, like, we had... The things he did in the Christopher Nolan series had a lot to do with him understanding the resources he had. Here, we don't see that. So when you don't see it, and you see him in his little squirrel suit, and him running to a pole that hard, you're like, oh, why don't you have brain damage? Because it's just not fully explained. It's not fully explained to you, possibly, how protective his suit is. Which in the other Batman movies is something they kind of focused on, is how protective his suit was. But you don't get that here.
Even the sound effect that they used, like when he hit it, it was like, you know, it was the most cartoonish like hit. And I'm like, what just happened?
So I think this is the thing about it.
And I think it was supposed to be exactly like that. The audience was supposed to take it exactly like you took it. That was the comedic moment, the most fantastical, ridiculous moment. And you were supposed to take it exactly as it happened. And you were supposed to laugh at it and not believe that this guy didn't get hurt. And then it just keeps going.
So do y'all think that they left
that
it
takes
there?
You out of the movie because it's so grounded in every other aspect. So this is...
I just laughed at it. It didn't take me out of it. I was laughing my ass off when he hit it.
But I think there may have been people like Jorge who may have been taken out because it's such a comedic moment that happens, and you're like, no, you're not supposed to survive that.
So let's put a hypothetical in this, right? Say hypothetically speaking, he didn't hit the frame, but instead, like, he like hit a car and like he. Like,
he should be dead.
No, I'm saying, just listen real quick. Say there was some kind of a way he was able to avert it. He got down to a certain level. He did a shoot or something like that. It slowed him down. He hit a car and he broke his arm or broke something, broke his leg, broke his arm or whatever. Or like he had a terrible gash or something like that and he's bleeding and he's crawling off into the reason why I'm bringing that up is because I think that they wanted to, like you said, they wanted to disconnect us. The whole entire movie mostly was disconnected from like the general superhero element and bringing it to ground reality. And then they wanted to bring us in to make you remember, oh no, this is still a superhero. This is still Batman. He's not going to die. Because they could have went for that route. and they could have went and did it all the way there, but it was like an intentional thing. And I wonder, was that a Warner Brother move? Was that a Matt Reeves move? Because
none of this. Let me help you out.
Well,
here. None of this was a
obviously, if
Warner
he had
Brothers
absorbed the real world, damage of that, that was the end of the movie. So obviously,
right?
Come on now,
none of this is
look. Let's face it. You know,
let's put it like this.
that's
None
the
of
end
this
of the
is
movie.
None of this is
Right.
a Warner Brothers move. No one will be able to say Warner Brothers interjected anything in this movie, because that's something I'll talk about later. Because if they had a choice, this movie would be completely different. Nothing of this is Warner Brothers. That was a Matt Reeves decision to go with that scene and to go with that impact from that scene. That had nothing to do with Warner Brothers, because I guarantee you they'd have put a parachute on his ass if it had something to do with Warner Brothers to make it more realistic that he's not fully damaged from that scene.
So the reason why I bring that up is because there's another scene when there's somebody shooting at his car, right? And we knew that the whole entire time he's on this suicide rate. He did not care if guns are pointed in front of him. But
Right.
I think Oswald was like using a machine power gun, like continuously shooting at the side of the window. He was just looking like whatever. But we're left to assume, because we've seen enough Batman films, that it's probably reinforced, right?
Bulletproof.
But normally we get like the little like, oh well, this is how I got this, is how I got that, like the, but they really just left it up for our interpretation. I think it's the same as that situation with the parachute thing. That was just like we're left to assume that he's got it under control, but he doesn't all the way, because he's still year 2. Like he doesn't have all the keys.
But
and I think
but we knew that. But we knew that because of the fact that they did not penetrate. They just had damage to it. It was no different than Nick Fury when he's getting attacked by the police and they're shooting at him. Right? He didn't have to say he had bulletproof. We know that. That the first one would have gone through. Right? Okay. But we also understood that it had a certain amount of damage it could take.
And not only that, but a normal person can literally put bulletproof glass in their car. A normal person could not get a squirrel suit, run into any object, and not die. Like, those are completely different things.
No, that's not what I'm getting at. What I'm saying is that it's year 2 Batman.
No, but that's what I mean by a normal person can afford bulletproof glass. Yeah. We should assume Batman could have something that I could put in my car if I was worried about a multitude of people shooting at me.
Yeah, but I also think with that gun scene though, when he was shooting at the car, that was also more part of that intimidation factor that he was having with the Penguin. Like he knew that bullet wasn't going to hit him, but just the Penguin seeing that he kept looking at him.
Yes.
Like
I'm not giving up.
It was one of those things where it's like, that's all you got. Like, I'm here for the long haul.
Yeah.
The only scene equivalent to Jorge pointing out the falling scene is the shotgun to the chest.
Are you talking about the one that's at the very end?
Yes.
That knocked the wind out of him?
Because I know how bulletproof vests work, unfortunately. And I would question how you can
we gotta find you a new place to live, man. Normal people with bulletproof glass. Like now you got normal. I know what it's like.
I would question what type of armor he had that you're able to absorb that shot, because that's something you should not be able to absorb, because I know how shotgun shells work. But again, that's another scene where it takes you out of it, where you're supposed to imagine that Batman has these things, but when you don't necessarily show it, it could come across the way Jorge said and take certain people out of it and make you question things like, wait a minute, like he's still a young Batman who, supposedly doesn't have the full gadgetry that we're accustomed to Batman having. How can he take this shot? How could he survive that fall? It's few things that will make you think a little bit more, and which is not a bad thing. Sometimes you need to think a little bit more, because you need to understand just who Batman is and be like, oh, yeah, he is Batman. Like, I'm assuming a billionaire would be able to afford things of this nature.
Yeah, so I'm gonna talk about the one thing that I it's not even a dislike. It's just one thing I wish they would have explained is the symbol. The very first thing that we saw, I think, from the artwork is kind of like the symbol looked like a gun. It looked like a makeshift gun. and it was never really any explanation to why the symbol looked like that. And I kind of was looking forward to them kind of explaining like his interpretation of it. But I'm also glad that they didn't go backwards and give me all that. But I was kind of like, oh, I mean, it's just like that. Outside of that, I didn't really care.
Well, we knew it was a knife because they took it out and cut the thing off and then they put it back in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So we saw one. It's probably a multi-purpose thing, and that was the one time he had to use it for something. So
yeah.
As to why it was like that, I don't know. I did like that. I like that happened.
It
that
seemed like a hard frame military like enforced knife. The moment I saw it, I said, "Oh, that's a dope thing to have as his symbol to show that." But again, it goes back to why wouldn't Batman be able to afford this? He's a billionaire. It's literally something that they tried to humanize him and not focus on. But it's something that always needs to be brought up with Batman. Why can he survive that fall, as Jorge brought up? Why can he survive a shotgun? Why does he have a military-issued knife as a symbol on his chest? Because he has an unlimited supply of money where that should never be an issue for him to have these things.
Yeah, I mean, even down to the contact lenses, as cool as it is. I mean, look, I've never seen
contact
lenses that have like focal. It's just amazing. I mean, it's fantastical, but it's amazing.
Unfortunately, they exist in real life. But
wait, what? Really?
Oh,
contact lenses.
We're not going down this rabbit hole. It is literally something that you would expect someone with his bankroll to be able to have. I think that's possibly the.
I mean, let's face it. They have regular glasses with cameras in them.
Say it again.
It's not far-fetched that they can make.
Not at all.
It's not far-fetched that they can make contact lenses.
That they literally make contact lenses that if you put them in, that you can record.
When you're rich, you know people with fringe technology that we do
and
not.
I think those were the little hints that they wanted to drop in to bring back that a normal people couldn't be Batman. It's highly important to point out that to people, as Ronan said, like, I can get a Dodge Charger and do that. And through the course of the movie, they're like, no, you can't. And this is the reasons why you can't do it. And it brings a realism to the character of saying, like, hey, he has money. Why wouldn't you expect him to have these forms of technology?
Yeah. So, all right.
And they you don't want them to explain everything because then that takes would take me out that they're spending so much time telling you everything. Well, you got to do if you have to know a little bit about Batman and suspend your disbelief to accept that there are things that are ridiculous things that will happen
that's
are
what I'm
just
talking
for
about,
the
man.
story.
Exactly. I don't need to see Endgame again where you explain to me Ant-Man science. Fuck it. Go along with it and expect me to just go along with it. That's what Batman did.
I didn't expect him to land perfectly. That would have been such out of context out of that sequence and what this film is. I expected him to land roughly. But yeah, like Jorge said, I didn't expect him to get hit by that because that didn't take me out of the film. What took me out was I was like, oh God, Jesus, that was a horrible hit. And I heard a couple people chuckling. I'm like, why are you laughing?
Yeah.
He's always
because it was the moment of levity. It was the moment of levity. Like when somebody falls back in a chair, you don't want them to be hurt, but you're gonna laugh. You cover your mouth to not laugh. But
here you go. They
somebody
gave him a
slip and fall.
suit.
You don't want them to. Right? Yeah,
That's
I
all
mean,
you need to
you
know.
don't want them to hurt themselves, but it sure is funny when you see it.
Anybody that knows about military technical like procedures, a squirrel suit makes perfectly good sense for him to jump off a building with that instead of wings.
Yeah.
Well, and also because it's the second year and he hasn't figured out to get something like that developed. We're showing in his infancy.
Yeah, exactly.
Correct.
Lucius is not here
and
yet.
This is the best thing that he could think. And remember, you can see how nervous he was using it.
Exactly.
He was nervous using it.
But that's what I mean by
and there were people shooting at him, right? It wasn't like just a regular coast down where he could have done it. He was moving for his life.
Yeah.
And reality was happening around him.
Yeah.
I will say when his suit changed from his suit to the squirrel suit, that part was dope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Until he hit the pole and then it went downhill.
Oh my God.
Well, that was the Acme. That was the Acme part of Warner Brothers that they used.
Yes.
Again, it's all left up to saying Lucius Fox does not exist in this universe.
Yeah.
So we don't get the coolness of understanding everything that happened in Nolan movies because they establish that these are things that were created for the military that he gave to Batman. Like that's a tool used here. You may get Alfred sewing shit like he did in the Joe Schumacher movies. So of course he will give you a squirrel suit. It will make perfectly good sense. Aerodynamically, that suit would work. Just not him
But
running
wait a minute
into
now.
things
It's
afterwards.
funny that you mentioned Alfred. What kind of dumbass opens up a fucking package, look like a box that says it's for Batman, and nobody's around? You gonna open it up?
Hey, Broderson, what kind of dumbass will open it up knowing who the Batman is? Like, what makes sense there?
Somebody sent something to the house addressed to the Batman, and you gonna open it up?
Like, oh shit, I wonder who the Batman is. No, you don't. You don't wonder.
I'm gonna help.
Who the Batman is.
I'm gonna help. You know, yeah. So that part I thought was really stupid. I was like, what the hell?
And
he's sitting there looking at it when it says
right there,
fireproof thing for the car. What it says fireproof on it.
I miss Jeffrey Irons right there. This is the only time I've ever missed him in anything. It's Alfred. I said, you know what? They needed a smarter Alfred there because that was a stupid decision.
To me, it was the Arkham scene,
really
which
was.
I don't know if Sam's gonna bring up, but to me, that was the one scene that I'm like, okay, that's cool. It's hinting at a bigger part of this city, but you could have put that as an end credit scene for people who want to stick around and just make it more solidarity for me in terms of just showing a potential villain that we've seen multiple times.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna bring it up.
Yeah. Check this out. I thought, and because when I was watching it, and it was very, they didn't zoom in enough. It wasn't very clear when they were showing the person he was talking to, the Riddler. I actually initially thought that was Harvey Dent because they only showed half of his face. So until he said they used to call me a clown, then I said, oh shit, wait a minute. But I thought that was Harvey Dent, and I kept waiting for him to turn to see the normal side of his face.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't realize that was
the only thing that gave it away for me was his hair. Because he had the very cartoonish style hair that, how the Joker almost has like that forward curliness.
Mm-hmm.
That's what, when I saw that almost like in the shadows, I was like, oh, could that be? And then once he started saying his little dialogue, I was like, oh, that's him.
But keep in mind,
it wasn't until he said they call me a clown.
Yeah, that's what gives away to this Joker. Because even Sam was confused in the movie theater. He thought it was Two-Face.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was.
Barry Keoghan.
But here's the problem, though. I don't want to ever see another Batman movie with Joker in it, under no circumstance.
So
interesting.
That's what I was
fucking tired of it. Never again.
And that is interesting that you say that. Look, Sam, go ahead. You go first.
No, I was just gonna say that Matt Reeves 2 days ago, he basically was like he was not gonna keep the scene in at all. Like he was actually gonna remove it all together because from what his verbiage is, he does not want the next movie to be the Joker. That's not what he wants. He's okay with him being in the backdrop. They can't
all be Joker.
I was about to say.
He's okay with him being in Arkham and just knowing that President. What he said was that the only reason why, because he had 2 different scenes. He had one scene where Batman interacted with him because this guy is not fully the Joker yet.
Yeah.
He's a serial killer, I guess, this interpretation. And he's just been there. And Batman was trying to find the Riddler, and he was going to, I guess, use him to kind of get a gauge of like maybe where the Riddler might be or whatever. Yeah, but they wiped that away. And then they kept this scene only because at the end of the day, and you guys talked about Catwoman, realistically, why would Batman not leave with her? And so for Matt, he basically said, I think he wrote something along the lines of like, there has to be a assurance from us watching, seeing that, okay, no, there's always going to be a legitimate threat. Like, the threat is still continuously going and it's continuously ramping up. But I mean, to me, the fact that
Mr. Freeze couldn't have been a threat.
No. What I'm saying is that I think that he just wanted to leave a character there to make most all the audience know, like, okay,
he did it for that conversation that Catwoman has about that power vacuum for it to kind of highlight.
Let's cut through Matt Reeves' bullshit there. And say, you did it because the fucking Joker, and you had no choice. Understand, they told him, We'll let you do the movie you want to do. Guess who needs to be hinted at in this movie? One character. Hint towards that character. We don't care if you ever use him, but you will damn sure hint towards that he's there. He's the biggest villain in movie history at this point. You have absolutely no choice but to hint that the Joker exists in this universe. That's not your choice. You're going to put him in here. I don't care if you ever show him in a film, but you're going to have to hint towards that he's there because you need something for the audience to say, oh my God, as Sam would attest to at the screening, everyone reacted to that being the Joker. You have to put that in there. That's not Matt Reeves' choice at all. He has no choice in that say-so.
Well,
But
even
I
with
agree
that
with
being, I
Arch.
was gonna say, even go ahead. I
Oh,
was gonna say,
Brendan.
even with that being said, jumping back off of what you were saying, Sam, what he does discuss in terms of his idea of how the Joker will work based on what he's established thus far with the Rogues Gallery was interesting as well. I don't know if you wanted to discuss that of what he was saying, like with the congenial disorder or
Like,
condition that he has or
like
something. That
he's got a
kind of shapes who
condition
he
where
is.
like his face like literally is like deformed to the point
Yeah,
where
he
he
can't
cannot
stop
not
smiling.
he can't stop smiling. Like literally, like it's just what the situation is.
It's
And that's kind of
Um,
like twisted like his psyche or something into him being the way that he is.
You never want to hint back towards that character.
Gentlemen,
Because-
I have to go.
because if-
I'm old as shit and I'm tired. I'm fucking 60 years old. I can't hang out with you all anymore. I got some shit propping me up right now. I've been waiting for that Centrum Silver and that Geritol nap that I need to take, and I'm fucking around with you youngins, and I can't do it. So I
real
enjoyed
quick-
hanging out with you all. Go ahead, Sam.
Real quick, Arch. So same question as Keaton. And just I'm taking like two of the best. Batman 1989. I even add in Mask of the Phantasm and then The Dark Knight. What is it about the Batman? And you might be indifferent to this. It may be that one of those other ones are better. But what do you think is the best Batman film? Is it this one? And if so, why? And if it's something else, if you could add to that.
Well, I will say that while I thought they were all good, but I will say that when I saw the one with Michael Keaton, I likened that to when I saw Superman with Christopher Reeve. So they have a place that they're always going to be right there. So that Michael Keaton movie and that Christopher Reeve, even though everybody likes, Superman, Christopher Reeve, that's the Superman I was introduced to in the movie. And that's the Superman that I liked, right? And it was the very first one. It's like the first time you saw Star Wars, right? Nothing else like measured up. And it's not that nothing else was good. It's just that you never got away from that newness of seeing something like that for the first time. So I enjoyed those differently because they were like the first of their kind, as it were. And then everything else trailed afterwards. As I told you before, I like this one because for all the reasons that we mentioned, that he did not have all the high-tech gadgets yet. He was not incredibly sure of himself yet. That was the thing I also liked about him. He was not sure of himself. He was sure of his detective work, but he wasn't necessarily sure of a lot of his abilities. He had a lot of doubt. And I like that they put him in that light, that you will find, I'm sure, as this progresses, I suspect this is probably going to be a trilogy, that he will become more confident. He will get more gadgets. He will learn from that shotgun to the chest, and he will change his. I think we will see changes. I don't think, which I think is also kind of sad, that when we see the next movie, that he will look different. The cave will look different. He will have changed things about him. And it's kind of like when you watch a TV show and the first season blows everybody away. You go, wow, it's incredible. And the second season is fucked up because they tried to outdo the first season. We got to do better than the first season, as opposed to giving people what they liked about the first season with some small things peppered in it. So I hope they don't change it too much. I like this. I like this Batman for what it was. I like all of them for what they were. but this one was just more believable, as I said, as a something that if you had the money, you could do. And if you were at his level, you know, not the other ones, because the other one had the Lucius Fox, and like I said, Lucius Fox don't exist right now, if he does ever. But it's just that he was the most believable, and he had the most true baggage that I could see. The other ones that I don't think the other ones had as or demonstrated, and because they probably didn't focus on the character enough as you know what was going on in his head, I think he showed the most damage as Batman. I think he was the most damaged Batman. And yes, it's early on in the thing, but he's the most damaged Batman, in my opinion. And that's what made him good.
Okay. All right. So we appreciate you for being here, brother. And
Thanks, Arch.
Get some rest, and we'll see you again.
Yeah, I'll give you one before I go. So there you go. All right.
Put the Batman theme with that. Dun, dun, dun.
Yes.
Oh,
okay.
God.
All right. I'll see you guys later. And hey, I did that without being rich, right? So you can do it. I can't take a shotgun.
There you go.
Now, wait. I do want to say one thing, Sam. I do want to say one thing.
Yeah.
After the shotgun blast, right? When the guy is loading the gun, he's putting that shell back in, and he points it at his head directly. I think that was a moment of clarity for Batman, and he was at peace that he was about to die. I think he was absolutely at peace. Remember, because he wasn't afraid of dying. I think at that moment, he was at peace with dying. So, because I think every time Batman in his mental state goes out, he's expecting to die most of the time, but he's going to go out anyway. And I think at that moment, with that shotgun, because there ain't going to be no squirrel suit saving none of that. He's going to get his head blown off. And I think he accepted that this is it. You know, I guess when you do that type of thing, it's always the potential that this is it. And he had that this is it moment right there, staring at it. You know, that was an eternity for him. Imagine he hanging here and thinking, well, ain't this some shit, right?
Yeah.
Literally staring down the barrel of the gun, right? And, you know, and then he didn't. So he has another chance to keep going. But I thought that was a profound moment when he was hanging there at peace. He didn't grimace in his face. He didn't close his eyes. He just like, this is it. So, and I like that moment. So thank you all for meeting you guys, especially Three Fingers Lucas. You know. So
Hey,
I'm glad I got to share that. I'm glad I got to share some space with you. So,
this was
very
amazing.
entertaining.
And you reminded me.
I got to go.
You reminded me of my least favorite scene of the movie. I completely forgot about that scene. I had erased it from my mind.
Here we go.
Here, and that's me.
Oh, Black Thor.
Right on.
Yes, sir.
Jack Kirby action.
There you go.
So maybe I'll run into one of you all at Comic-Con this year. Me and my daughter will be back at Comic-Con this year. So, and no, I don't have anything to tell you where you can find me at. You know, I got no Twitter. I have Twitter or Facebook or none of that stuff. I don't have none of that shit. So, I mean, my daughter made us Instagram, but I don't have anything. I don't want people to find my ass nowhere. Without a wig on and a wing helmet and cape. I don't want people to know who I am, where I am. So
never join.
I don't have any of that
TeamJVS.
stuff. And
they will force you into social media.
And
trust me.
And I don't have any. I don't have any of that shit. So sorry. I'm lucky I got an email. You guys have a good evening. And tell the guy who was on before, the Green Mile guy.
Keaton.
Yeah.
Keaton.
He remind
your
me of the guy from the Green Mile. I can't wait for Mr. Jangles to come out. But if he'd have said boss, it would have been all over. So, all right.
Oh my God.
I'll see you guys later. All right. He was country. Okay. I'll talk to you later. All right, y'all. Have a good evening. I see I won't be invited anymore, right? All right. Take care. All right, bye.
The Green Mile.
Okay,
Wow.
just so we can regroup because we got to close this out real quick.
Yes.
yes.
So look, and I'm gonna pose this question to anybody that wants to answer it. Anybody. So take again, same thing I asked Archie, but I'm gonna preface it like this. So you got the Batman 1989. You got the Mask of the Phantasm. You got Under the Red Hood. You got any Batman like film. What is it about this film? Well, you know what? I'll make it better because I think everybody really wants to make a comparison to the Dark Knight when they shouldn't. But let's just go ahead and go there at this point.
Not at fucking
So-
all. I don't know why
the
people do
Dark
that.
Knight. A lot of people can tell me why the Dark Knight is a great film, and I will never debate that. But as a Batman-centric film, Batman narrative, what is it about the Dark Knight that is better than the Batman? And I want anybody to answer this. Even if you're in the chat right now, anybody that's here, let me know. Because the Batman, as a Batman narrative, is to me the best. But the Dark Knight is probably the better film because it's one of the best films of all time. But
better film.
But I'm saying that from a Batman narrative, tell me why the Dark Knight or Batman 1989 is better than the Batman. I want somebody to tell me that because people have been going back and forth with it.
Can I ask you to phrase that differently? Because you shouldn't compare this because the Dark Knight.
People are. That's what I'm asking.
The Dark Knight isn't meant to be a Batman-centric movie.
I know.
Because just like a sequel to this film, I hate to inform everybody, will not focus on Batman. You get one chance to do that. If you want to know a film that you should compare this to that focus on Batman / Bruce Wayne, it is Batman Begins. You cannot focus on Batman in a second film. Literally the flaws, the things I hear that people hate about this movie is that they focus on Batman. And that's because that's not what they're accustomed to seeing anymore.
Fascinating.
Because they feel they know Batman. This film, just like any first film in a series, should focus on the key person. By the time you get to the second film in this series, you will not focus on Batman because you can't. You've passed that point of focusing on Batman at that point.
Yeah.
So I will never compare this film to The Dark Knight, let alone it not being remotely close as a film in the ballpark of the Dark Knight. I won't even put it there. The Dark Knight is Godfather level. This is as far from that as humanly possible. I won't compare the two to each other. But as a film that introduces you to the character of Batman, you should only focus on 1989 and Batman Begins, because those are the only two films in live action that focus on Batman. Even the Red Hood does not focus on Batman.
Yeah, I know.
Mask of the Phantasm does not focus on Batman.
I agree.
You have to stick to films that focus on Batman. Stop trying to compare it to the other great film that you see, because all of you fucktards who constantly are telling me this movie is on a level of The Dark Knight, do you know film? Do you? Because you can't know movies if you think this is on a level of The Dark Knight. So just focus on movies that introduce you to Batman. So to me, it is Batman Begins, 1989, Year One. Those are films, animated and live action, that introduce you to Batman. This is the only films that should be compared to this movie.
Yeah, but this is the thing. They're asking. Most people are going on debates.
Don't make me shit on this movie by comparing it to The Dark Knight. I would
prefer
not to do that.
It's not.
In any way, shape, form, or fashion.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that people are asking what is the best Batman movie, the best Batman story.
Hold up,
overarching, The Dark Knight is the best film.
It's the best Batman film.
In the superhero genre, that's one of the best.
The best.
Superhero
Stop
film.
saying one. Stop saying one.
I can't.
It's the best.
Well, I don't know if there ever.
I don't give a fuck what else you name. There's not a film in this genre of film that compares to The Dark. Put like this: The Dark Knight is so great that The Dark Knight Rises, which is a really good movie, looks like shit compared to the Dark Knight. So no film compares to that, and you should not. You should never compare this film to the Dark Knight, because the Dark Knight rise in the Dark Knight, you know who Batman is, so there's no reason to focus on Batman. It's literally no reason to focus on Batman. So you have to focus, as a friend of mine said, who saw this movie, and he emailed me he texted me and said, "I need to know what you and Sam thought of this movie." I said, "Why?" I said, "Did you not like it?" He said, "The direction was good, the acting was good, but it was boring." He said, "It's not enjoyable." He said, "I don't like the point they focused on Batman." And it's a multitude of people that are saying that. The reason they're saying that is because everyone else in the world wants to compare this to the Dark Knight. And you shouldn't do that. It's not meant to be the Dark Knight. I'll say this and then I'll let somebody else go.
All right.
Look at Batman Begins. Batman Begins focuses on Bruce Wayne and the Batman strictly. Ra's al Ghul is very much a side character at best in that film. If you look at this movie, to me, the villains are extremely weak in this movie. Extremely weak. Not that they're not interesting, they are weak. The Penguin is a weak character in this movie because we still haven't gotten the Penguin as established as who he becomes.
He's not become the Penguin yet.
Carmine Falcone is weak in this film because we don't give the backstory that makes him strong. The Riddler is in this movie for 15 minutes. How the fuck can he be a strong character being in the movie for 15 minutes? He's a menacing figure in the movie. Yeah. So what they decided to do was focus strictly on Batman. It's a completely different thing from the Dark Knight when you have an established character that is Batman, and you're saying we need to establish who
really that
who I had a feeling somebody's gonna pop that up.
We need to establish who Two-Face is, and we need to establish who the Joker is to be a comparison to the Batman that you already know. That's the difference. That's why they don't need to be compared to one another. I fucking hate it. I'm gonna talk about it later. But stop comparing this movie to that, because you don't do this movie justice by comparing it to The Dark Knight. Yeah. You just don't do it justice. And I hate the point that people do that, even down to the critic and the audience reaction. Do you know this movie is identical to The Batman Begins? In critic and audience reaction, it's identical. 85% critic, 90% audience. It's identical to The Batman Begins, and it shouldn't be, because that's the comparison to this movie.
Okay, so
and then I have thoughts.
Okay, Brendan, you go. I'm gonna just, because I'm not mad or whatnot. I'm just like, interesting. But you go, Brendan. You go first.
All right, Lucas. So I guess I get where Sam is coming from. Where I get what you're saying. Trust me, I understand what you're saying. I hold Dark Knight as, a pinnacle in film and especially within the genre of superheroes, et cetera, et cetera. However, I'm basing it just on the basis of what Sam is asking, which is the fact that we are talking Batman. We can't eliminate, I know what you're getting at, but we can't, if we're talking Batman, we're talking Batman. We can't eliminate all the different iterations of Batman. There are stories where, we're focusing specifically on Batman, and there are other ones where he's kind of in the periphery, and I get what you're saying. And then you have those executions of Batman where they decide that in the way that they're going to do a Batman film, that we are putting that focus on the villain, and we're trying to see how they kinetically, how Batman clashes with, whatever the approach or the psyche of whoever that villain is, whether it's the chaos of the Joker or whether it's the intellect of the Riddler, or some of the other characters that we've had, some of the with Catwoman, with Penguin and others of that nature. So I understand what you're saying and what you're getting at in terms of what we have been getting with our Batman films, where some have been Batman centric and others have not. But at the end of the day, like, and we've been talking about it, this whole discussion of how things have been inspired by, other things. We cannot get away from the fact, regardless of whether it's a bat-centric story or not a bat-centric story, we cannot deny the influences that we have seen from other iterations. We cannot deny, whether we want to, deny it or not, some of the influences that we have there from Nolan. You cannot escape it. It doesn't matter however way you want to shape it, whether you want to say how it's approached in terms of story. I get that, granted, but in terms of the aesthetic, in terms of us doing a quote unquote, as much as people are tired of hearing a grounded story or a realistic story or a realistic approach to Batman, that is still there. A tactile, realistic version of Batman, that is still there. And maybe we would be having a different conversation if this movie came out before the Nolan films, but we cannot deny the influences that we got from that film, whether they decided to go in a different direction or not. So that's all I'll say. And one thing that I will add to that, because I didn't get an opportunity to talk about a thing that I didn't like about the film, and it's been something that other people have brought up, but hasn't been discussed in this conversation, is I like the film, but I looked at my watch twice. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I did look at my watch twice, where I was like, okay, if you shaved off, 15 or 20 minutes, I wouldn't have felt like I lost anything from the film. I don't feel like it needed to be 3 hours. It could have been 2.5, and I still would have been cool. So,
interesting.
Brandon, I completely agree with you. I think we actually said the same thing a lot. Like
sometimes.
I mean, I do believe you don't get this movie without the Nolan movies at all. Not remotely close.
Yeah.
I don't think that's humanly possible. So again, I think we do agree a lot on that this film is influenced by the Nolan movies. I'll also say, right before Ronan speaks and then Jorge speaks, 10 years from now, no one will mention this movie.
Oh.
Ooh,
I
don't know about that.
I put like this. I can guarantee you 2 years from now, no one mentions this movie.
Ooh.
2 years from now, no one will mention this movie. What they'll talk about is the sequel leading up to this movie. But this actual movie, in 2 years, no one will mention it. Because this, unlike The Dark Knight, is not a groundbreaking movie. What it is a really good movie. And Brandon has pointed it out repeatedly, that steals a multitude of ideas from other films. The Dark Knight, to this day, still feels like the most original comic book movie you will ever see. This movie could have never been that. So in 2 years, people will be like, yeah, I remember a Batman movie coming out, but where's the sequel at? No one will care about this movie. The Dark Knight, to this day, and Sam can attest to it, especially as we're going through the award season. You know what movie is constantly brought up? The Dark Knight. Because The Dark Knight made them change the rules of how films get nominated for Oscars. Like, it is different from being a great movie to a movie that transcends and changes the way movies are viewed. That's the difference between this and The Dark Knight. That's why I won't do this movie a disservice and compare it to The Dark Knight. I'm going to compare it to other beginning Batman stories.
That's I was gonna say that is a critique or whatnot, or something that might hurt the film. But to me, I do the best I can to separate stuff, because we've been getting multiple Batmans in the past 10 years. It was Bale, and then Ben Affleck, and now Robert. But to me, it's weird, because I agree with what Lucas and Brandon were saying, and yet I'm like, I don't know, because to me, my favorite like superhero film, and even me doing that, is Logan, and it's basically a western with a guy with claws and like a heel, but he's also dying, and it's about remorse and atonement. And to me, with The Dark Knight, I saw The Dark Knight when I was 12. I vividly remember the day I went to go see that film, so it holds a special place in my heart. And it's interesting that Lucas says that in 2 years probably he said nobody will talk about this movie.
Absolutely.
I don't know, just because I've only seen it once and I'm still going about it. Just forget the story, just on technical levels, it's driving me nuts of me wanting to talk to Matt Reeves for 3 hours and be like, all right, how long did it take to set up this scene, or how long did it take to get this take or this frame? The Dark Knight is basically Heat. It's basically, and I'm not does not take anything away at all from what Nolan did with that movie at all, because I do agree it did change stuff forever after, no pun intended, to what the Joker said. But when I look back at it now, I'm like, it's Heat. He really loved Michael Mann's Heat movie and wanted to do that and put 2 or at least 3 comic book characters in the movie and see how that rattled. And there are frames in that movie that are literally ripped out of The Long Halloween. For a good example, I would tell, if people don't know, is the roof scene with the signal when Gordon, Dent, and Batman talk in the 360 shot. That is literally right out of The Long Halloween. So both films have taken big stuff from previous films, and the difference is that now, as much as I love superhero movies and I'll go watch them, we have a lot of them, and in my personal opinion, a few of them I really rewatch a lot more. For example, Logan, the one thing that thing got loved for after its release was for screenplay. And I would have argued that time that Hugh, to an extent, should have gotten a nomination for that after what he did. If they're willing to give, the Lord of the Rings the praise they did for those movies, they should have at least done something for Hugh in that movie. And like, again, from a technical, oh Jesus, Akis, you scared the shit.
What's up, man?
Hey, Akis.
Hey everyone, just want to say thanks for all the donations for taking over Gotham. No more lies.
Oh man.
What's up? I'm at work right now.
But I disagree with Lucas. I think in 2 years,
that was me trying to do my best Riddler impersonation.
I disagree with Lucas. I think in 2 years people will still be talking about this film. I could be wrong. If I am wrong, my hats off to you, Lucas.
Don't worry about it. You are, but it's fine. I understand why. Hey, here you go, Ronan. By May, people won't talk about this movie. Fuck 2 years. By May, they won't talk about this movie.
In 2 weeks, people won't talk about this movie. Yeah.
Thank you. They will not talk about this movie. It's nothing groundbreaking about this movie. And that does not mean it's not a good movie. That does not mean it's not a borderline great movie.
Right.
I think that's one thing we always get confused. It's a special movie that makes people talk about it. Here's the thing. It's something that I brought up with Sam. And then I'll let you finish.
Right.
People didn't talk about Endgame after it was out for 4 months. Do you think they're going to talk about this one? They didn't talk about Endgame after 4 months. People had moved on to the next movie. Doctor Strange comes out in May. People will forget this movie existed by then.
Oh,
and I fucking hate Marvel. People will forget this movie existed by the time Doctor Strange comes out. It is what it is.
Hopefully by then, my conscience will still be like, no, let's talk about the making of this movie. Because even as you say with Doctor Strange, even that one, I don't want to see anything else of footage, of marketing. I've been hearing today that leaks have been coming out from that movie and other shows.
When Tom Cruise shows up as Iron Man, it's going to blow everyone's mind.
I know, and I get that, but even to that extent, I'm just, please just show me the damn movie and let me.
Hey Ronan, I blame your generation. You all move on to the next thing so fucking fast.
Jingle.
You don't
New
give
hot thing.
anything reverence. Y'all don't give anything reverence anymore. So what happens is a movie like The Batman needs to catch on with older people. With older people, as Brandon said, it's too reminiscent of other things we've seen. And we're like, oh, it's really good. And you took Batman to a very interesting place. But you did nothing groundbreaking to us with Batman. So it makes us say, okay, it's really good. We enjoy this movie for what it is, but we don't need, it's people who are saying, I don't need to see this movie again. I saw it once. I'm pretty good at this point. I never need to see this movie again.
Yeah, because
I think you bring up a really good point though, because movies like this do hit the older, and I'm putting myself in that older crowd.
I will too. And I'm in my 20s.
I'm like, well, no, because I know I'm older than you, Lucas. So I'm like, it puts you in that sense. It's almost like when you remember like a smell, and you go somewhere and you smell it, and it brings you all these memories.
Exactly.
I think that's what this movie will end up doing, which you'll end up talking about, like The Dark Knight, or you end up talking about all these other things, and it's like, hey, remember how Batman did that too? Only they did like this real moody side of Batman. But it's not saying that this wasn't a great movie, but I think this just hit in a different nostalgic level for people who kind of grew up with all the Batman.
Hey, put like this, Jorge. Just imagine all the people who are amazed that this is a film noir, and this is the first one they've ever seen. Like Nightmare Alley isn't nominated for multiple Oscars, and it's a fucking film noir.
I was about to say that. Yeah.
What's the difference between the two? The tones are identical.
The Batman did a great job of making me appreciate the rest of the other real Batman movies from Christopher Nolan.
Oh my god.
Yep.
I thought I was the only one.
I was like, oh man, I would really like to rewatch Batman Begins again to see how it was done right.
Before I can start speaking, because I know he's about to speak and Sam about to throw to him.
Yeah.
I watched Batman Begins 2 days ago because of this movie. And I said, oh my fucking God. I didn't remember this movie being as good as it is.
Yep.
My goodness, this movie is amazing. And you kind of understand the branch off of The Dark Knight, which is why I understand where he will have to take Batman after this movie. But again, it brings you back, as Jorge said. You're going to watch this and be like, I remember the Batman doing stuff similar to what Nolan did. But it's a difference between a masterclass filmmaker and someone who's trying to become one.
Ooh, shit. That's a little too hard. Because I love Matt Reeves.
No. I'm not saying that Matt Reeves is not a good filmmaker. But Nolan is a different level of filmmaker.
I agree there.
That's what I mean by a masterclass filmmaker versus someone who's attempting to get there. And you're like, okay, that don't mean he's not going to get there. That doesn't mean his next film may not be able to rival The Dark Knight. This one just doesn't, and nor was it supposed to.
Fair enough.
So
I don't even think it rivals Batman Begins.
Oh, it does. It doesn't. But I just said that to make it like.
I'll say this. I think I'd rather see this over Batman Begins or Dark Knight Rises. That's all.
Dude, Ronan, don't feel bad if that's like if you feel that way, Ronan. You're justified in feeling that way. Just because
1,000% so.
There's no reason for you to not feel that way. I mean, all this is opinionated. That's the reason why we're having all these different people in. So if you feel as though that this is for you justifiably a better film, there's nothing wrong with that.
For your age group, it makes perfectly good sense.
Because you don't even remember Batman.
In all honesty, when you saw The Dark Knight Rises, if you would have seen it for the first time, you wouldn't have been an adult. You're going to see that movie in a completely different fashion than you would this movie. So even when people attempt to go back and watch stuff, you're not going to experience it the same way.
And something very, very important to, like, I try to remind all the younger generation is the fact that when people like me and Lucas, when Batman Begins came out, that was after an 8-year gap of literally no Batman. And literally the movie before that was Batman and Robin.
Exactly.
So for us, that was just a breath of fresh air. We're like, oh my God, finally somebody got it right. We were just happy to have something. And the one thing I'm going to point out here is the fact that I was 25 when that movie came out. And I will never forget the eruption of when the Joker card was flipped around and people went crazy. For the Batman, the Batman with the cameo of I guess that was the Joker, I just heard groans of just like, oh God, more? Like I actually mentally felt exhausted. I was just the fact that I was literally watching Nolan's remake on screen right now. I'm like, okay, so they're basically using Joker. Like, I have never felt so many people feel annoyed at the fact that they're going to bring the Joker back. So it's like, it's just a whole different set of rules now. Yeah.
I was about to say, yeah, because I remember, and it's weird because I told you guys, I'm a weird one where I don't really, even with music, I don't listen to new stuff. I'm mostly trying to catch up with the past. And I remember my dad introducing me into the Batman '89, being like, "Oh, this one has Jack Nicholson. He's a great actor, and he plays the Joker." I'm like, "Oh, okay, it's like that cartoon I used to watch." And like, yeah, but with Michael Keaton, anyways, that movie. But just before Akasan starts on his takes, I just want to say this: that as much as I love this film, that even seeing friends of mine on social media and people talking about it and how people reacted to them, that's where I feel like, okay, that's where it felt weird. That like, all right, that's fine if Akasan felt this way. Granted, he's older than me. He's attached to the character more old way before I did my connection with Batman. And I just found it so fascinating that people were going after him. And I'd be like, yo, it's cool that Akasan and I don't have to like everything. He likes some things, I like some things, and then like we move on. This is not
I don't like anything. So.
No comment. But like I remember telling someone, like, listen, this is not the last Batman movie they're gonna do. I told somebody that if this was the last Matt Reeves Batman movie they were gonna do, I would have been happy, content, and I would happily buy the Blu-ray and just rewatch it. But I know they're gonna make more, and we'll see how that plays out. But
now,
what's up,
question? Because I know how much you like this version. So there's rumor that there's a 4-hour cut of this movie.
Oh God! I hope not.
No,
I haven't heard that.
Yeah, Matt Reeves said this is the cut. This is
yeah, that's what I heard.
If there's a
scenes,
hopefully it dies with the 4-hour cut of Black.
There needs to be a 40-minute cut.
Hey.
Oh God.
Not a 4-hour cut. Real quick, because we got to transition because I haven't even done any of these giveaways at all. But I want to give
That's your fault, Sam. That's all your fault.
No, this is your fault, Lucas.
Are we giving away the complete collection of everything Batman?
No, you're supposed to have been doing that, remember?
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I know, you said it. So anyway, Akasan, just real quick, just let people know who you are, and go ahead and plug your channel, and then I'm going to give you a series of small questions real quick just to answer, and we'll get to lead up.
Akasan Comics Plus, y'all know me. I will be doing a spoiler chat later this week, but I'm actually collaborating with a few different people have asked me to come on and speak my piece, and there's one big person within the Bat community that I'm going to have a one-on-one with a little bit later down the line that I think you guys will find interesting. So check out my channel for that down later this week.
Okay. First few questions is this. What was the letter grade you gave for this movie? A to F. You can add pluses or minuses.
Oh, boy.
B plus, maybe B minus. Yeah.
B plus. Okay.
I liked it. I didn't love it. I just liked it. That's it.
So for you, what was anything about this film that kind of set itself apart from the other Batman narratives, live action that we've seen before? What was something that you kind of felt like set it apart? If it didn't, that's fine. I can go to the next question, and that's good or bad.
Bruce Wayne looked like there you go. The only thing that looked different was the fact that Bruce Wayne looked like he should have been Dick Grayson. That like it made me believe that anybody could literally cosplay as Batman and get a movie at this point.
All right.
I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying that like I thought Rob Pattinson should have actually worked out more. He should have made them gains, like everybody, even Ben Affleck, Christian Bale, like they set the standard. It's like, come on, dude. Like, yo,
Ben Affleck was 260 pounds of muscle. That nigga was fucking ridiculous.
Batman. Batman's supposed to inspire, and I was like, okay, whatever. So,
all right. So, what was one of your favorite moments of the film?
Hold on a second. Excuse me. Allergies. Sure. Favorite moment of the film? Okay. I was gonna be mean and say when it was over, but no.
I knew.
No. My favorite moment. My favorite moment was actually the beginning. Like I felt like they actually had something. I thought they had something really tangible. I thought it was great when they were really showing Batman as something the criminals pooped on themselves. Like the fact that they saw the bat sign, they're like, yo, I'm scared. And then they were looking in the shadows, like, yo, he might be right there. Like feared they feared the Batman. The fact that he was like the boogeyman, the Baba Yaga, like that. That's what I loved the most. And then the moment he stepped out of the shadows to fight those pseudo Joker thugs, it kind of just all that was lost. But that early part where he was just talking like, I am the reason why the criminals breathe easier at night when the sun comes up. I loved all of that, but I just felt like they I don't know. I'm very disappointed in Matt Reeves because I love his work with the Apes trilogy, with the two Apes movies, and I was just like, yo, what happened, dude? Like, I just felt like something got lost there.
What was one of your favorite characters and why?
Penguin. Penguin stood out. Penguin stood out. He was very like he was the only person that didn't look like. I won't say that the other people phoned it in, but I just felt like Penguin was the only one that was like, okay, when I'm on camera, I'm gonna try to grab every scene, and I felt like everybody else felt very like one-dimensional or wasn't enough. For a 3-hour movie, I really felt like almost everybody didn't really get fleshed out enough, and that was what was really weird for me. Was like, yo, why do I feel like Gordon is basically nothing but a pseudo supporting character? Like, it's so weird for a 3-hour movie.
Okay. Let me see. Last question was the atmosphere of how the world was built, like this version of Gotham, whether it's like the visuals, the design, the score, the tone. How did it work for you? Like, for good or bad? I mean, you can kind of comment one way or another, because this is a very different Gotham that we've kind of created.
Yeah. I felt like some parts were done really well. I thought the design of bringing Arkham around was really good. I felt like the Wayne Manor, as usual, it seemed like it worked fairly well. I love the fact that they finally included the Iceberg Lounge, but didn't really look like what I kind of expected for Iceberg type of feeling, or at least make it like a reinvented like freezer or meat locker or something like that, which like something with the idea of like ice and I don't know, like Antarctica or something like that, but it just looked like a regular ass club. Granted, there was a deeper reason to that, but it's fine. I was a little disappointed that they didn't really they didn't push the Arkham game look a little bit more. Like, it looks like they had some inspiration from it, but they didn't push it even further that way. And instead, some of the backdrops basically look like pseudo New York, and that took me out of it a lot, where they had fake Gotham Times Square and fake Gotham's Madison Square Garden. I have New York friends who said they loved it, but for me, that the moment I saw that, how obvious it was that it was like a New York based thing, it took me out of it, because yes, I know Gotham is based on New York, but Gotham has breathed its own environment in so many different medias that I just felt like that was kind of sloppy to do something like that. So the Batman had the same budget as Black Widow, and I'm like, you didn't have time to like yeah, even higher. Okay?
Yep.
You didn't even have time to like really create something like that. If Tim Burton can do it, if Nolan can make a modern Batman from Chicago, if Snyder can do it, like, come on, man, I think you can do it as well. So I was a little, I didn't like those two shots, but that's such an impact. I was like, whatever.
Okay. And then last but not least, was one thing you didn't like about the film, just one. Because it sounds like you got.
I was about to say.
I'm only give everybody one. Lucas has been taking luxury.
I'm about to say you limited me to one, and I gave you the one, and then I just interjected other things. Also, Gordon has a Batman voice. Go ahead, Allison.
You're actually right. Yo, when he was up there, just like, you're gonna punch me. I'm like, what am I watching, bro? What am I watching? What are you talking about? He's watching right here. I'm like, yo, what is this like comedy done in here, dude? Yeah, that's exactly what that was. Yeah. MFK, you are tripping, dude. Anyways, so what I was gonna say, the one thing I didn't like about it was what pointed out what there's so many things. Now it was just the runtime. The runtime was way too long. I nodded off halfway through the movie because you have to be double masked in the theater. It's super hot, and I felt like the Riddler, and I'm up here doing that. No, but if there was one thing that really annoyed me was Batman the entire time. Like, I don't know why people are praising this Batman as being the best Batman ever when he literally was walking like the Undertaker the entire movie, dude. Like, it totally reminded me of an Undertaker match. Like, this dude takes 5 minutes to get to the ring. He's walking slow. It's the same notes of the same song over and over again. He kind of does a few things, and then the match is over, and then he slowly walks back again. That's exactly what I felt when I was watching this movie. I'm like, yo, Batman, why are you taking so long to move around? 2, why are you so noisy when you're walking around? Like, what happened to the whole stealth situation? So, yeah. I was like, dude, how heavy? Dude, you look like $150 soaking wet. Why are you making so much noise walking?
Oh God, that's fucking hilarious, Joe.
Just saying. I was like, dude, aren't you supposed to be the best? So that's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
that was the main thing that annoyed me.
I literally had another person who is similar part of TeamJVS say that Batman boots look like they were heavier than Tim's. And why wasn't he stealth? He said, nigga, could you be stealth in Tim's? It's humanly impossible.
Yep.
Yeah, those are like steel clothes. Like they were stealing.
Dude, someone said again that a lot of what I saw online was his suit wasn't practical, and Batman's suit needs to be practical. Like, why is he so heavy? Why is he walking that way? So I was gonna say he walks like the Undertaker, and it's because his suit is so heavy in this movie, and you're wondering at what point in time is it in year 2 or year 3 or 4 that Batman decides to change his suit to make it not as heavy? Because
I didn't have a problem. I didn't have a problem with the suit. It's just that I had a problem with the stealth
nature of it, because that's what we're accustomed to seeing from Batman. You can't be stealth in that suit; it's humanly impossible. But maybe
that particular, but I think that's a directing situation, because we've never even once thought about that with Michael Keaton, with Bale, even with Batfleck. Those suits are just as heavy, but we've never thought about that.
But Michael Keaton had on Jordans.
He did. Yeah. He did have days. He did have days.
And Ben Affleck is the only Batman where they didn't have to add muscle to him. That's literally just Ben Affleck in latex. And they said, we're going to go
That's not true. That's not true.
I mean, you add the ripples to it, but the size of it, that's Ben Affleck. It was 260 pounds.
Talk to his stunt double actually came out and was saying, like, okay, Ben Affleck is good, but they spoke to that after the stunt double.
He's huge. So not necessarily the muscle aspect of him, because you're gonna have to sculpt that. Because
he had that daddy gut sometimes.
Yeah, you saw him without the suit on, but he's huge and wide.
No, even with the suit, he had a little bit of that pot belly. I was like, damn, bro.
He reminded me of Tyler he reminds me of Tyler and Superman and Lois, where he's wide and he's big. No matter what, you know those two things about him. Here, neither one of those exists. And even when Rob doesn't have on the Batman costume, you're like, oh, so you're like 180, maybe? Like it explains, it explains why Batman was getting his ass whooped by cops at certain points in time in this movie.
Well, maybe that's what he does year 3 to 5.
But that's what I mean.
Here's okay. Well, hold on. I keep on hearing this excuse about, oh, it's year 2. It's year 2. Literally, doesn't The Dark Knight take place in year 2 of Batman's career, or year 1? Didn't the Joker literally come up and say, a year ago, all of you criminals, blah blah blah?
Yep. It's a year later. The Dark Knight is a year later for Batman.
Yeah, a year later. Like,
I think it's year 2. The Dark Knight takes place in year 2.
Second year. I'm like, man, literally, the cartoon, the Batman, he's finessing everybody, and that's year 3, I believe. Yeah.
Wait,
I keep hearing that excuse, and I'm just like, come on now. Yeah.
Wait, are we talking about his capability as far as like him as I guess a hero or vigilante, or are you talking about him being like looking like an actual threat, like looking menacing? Are we which one? What are we talking about here?
Well, in the Dark Knight, that's year 2 of Batman.
Yep.
Yeah.
So by that point, Batman was extremely menacing, as we see at the beginning of the movie, where people are running the moment they see the bat signal in the sky. And the things he was able to do to make himself menacing at that point. So what he's saying is, if we're using that excuse for Rob here in year 2 of him being Batman, he should actually be better as being Batman. Here, we're seeing him still be a rookie as being Batman.
Mm-hmm.
We're seeing him learn to be Batman. When
this dude couldn't even glide correctly.
In the Nolan films, by year 2, he understood what it was to be Batman. It's just a progression change between the two. That's the key part here. But, and Akasan wasn't here for this part, it reminds me of War of the Planet of the Apes with Matt Reeves. Same thing. Same issues I had with that movie are the same issues I had with this movie. If you allow Matt Reeves to write and direct a movie, you're going to get these issues. His best movie still is Dawn of the Planet of the Apes. You know why? Because he had absolutely nothing to do with the setup, production, or writing of that movie. Everything was done beforehand, and they brought him in once Rupert backed out of it. So that became his best movie. When you look at films where he is the key writer and director, you get the same flaws, which aren't bad flaws, but it's just things that maybe you take a little bit of time and correct a little bit better.
I agree.
It just throws people off because this movie has been in production for 2.5 years.
Yeah, it took like 3 years to write it.
At what point in time do you say, okay, this is just you, so we have to rail you in? Something I'm going to talk about later. So we have to rail you in to make a better film. And not saying this movie is not good. That's not what I'm saying. It is not enjoyable. As someone was confused when I said this movie is good, it's not enjoyable. And they said, I don't understand how you can say that. I said, the same way I can tell you a movie is horrible, but it's something that people do drinking games to because it's an enjoyable thing to watch. It just happens to be a bad movie. This movie is really good. It's not enjoyable to watch.
I don't know. I guess it's just different points of view because I remember hearing people the same thing with Blade Runner, and I'm like, I just put that on.
Yes, my God. Yes, Ronan. You literally pointed out the movie that this movie has the same issue with. It's different when you're a movie that critically people kind of like or really, really like, but audiences don't overly enjoy it. Blade Runner 2049 is the exact same movie. The audiences, they saw it once and said, I never need to see this movie again.
Yeah.
I can say it's good, but I don't want to ever see it again in life.
Yeah, let's not throw around the word masterpiece that often.
Yeah.
Come on.
Same thing with the Batman, where people are seeing it and saying, I saw it once, I don't need to see it again.
Yeah, coming for Nolan was just an offensive result.
It doesn't have replay value. And that's the flaw of it. It really does not have replay value.
Wait, I don't know if you can say that openly about everybody.
Oh no, I'm sorry. When I say it, I'm talking about generalize it. 70% of the people are saying this movie doesn't have replay value. Them other 30% that's willing to go see this movie because you like Batman a lot, That's one thing or other. Only reason I can say it doesn't have replay value because, as I told Sam, and we've been talking about it, all I gotta do is go by the numbers it did during this weekend. It literally progressed of a film that told me, oh, you don't have high replay value, but you do have high first look value, which is something that you really need for a Batman movie. But normally with Batman movies, the replay value can be higher on as the film goes across its run. From its Friday numbers to its Sunday numbers, it shows me you don't have high replay value. And when studios make the decision on how to proceed with sequels, that's what they look at. Most people make the mistake
You
and
think
they look at
that's
that
why they're
opening
rushing
day.
it to HBO Max?
45 days. They're not crazy.
That's pretty quick. Yeah, that's pretty damn quick.
Hey, Akasan, here's something else I always wanted to bring up. Now you see why Legendary was suing Warner Brothers for what they did with Dune, Godzilla versus Kong, because they said Warner Brothers sacrificed their movies for a movie that they fully financed to do better in the box office. How would the Batman numbers look if those other films were released in theaters and not on HBO Max? That's why they released the Batman. Because if you didn't do that, or as I will always say, the Batman needs to thank Black Widow and Marvel hand over foot. Because if Black Widow would have released in theaters and those numbers would have came in higher, which they already did, including Disney Plus, then the Batman and people would have actually seen those numbers, it would look like a bigger failure. Because you can't tell me a movie that debuted to $134 million. And I know that sounds like a lot of money, but keep in mind it is the lowest Batman of the last 4 movies released. And it debuted at $134 million. If it would have done that with those other films getting theater releases, it would look at as a disappointment. And Warner Brothers is able to tout it as not being
Lucas, you just need your own segment.
What's that guy's
hey, look here. That's all I was supposed to come on here for. I told Sam, I said, I'm going to come on. Talk about the numbers. And that's it.
That was the segue. I was trying to go and give away.
Oh, I'm not done yet. Trust me. Oh, I'm not done yet.
No. Look in the private chat, Lucas. Look in the private chat. Now look at the comment section.
Oh,
I was about to ask the question.
Yeah, but you know what? I don't think it's many people who pay attention to box office as much as I do.
Like, I know that.
Okay, I'm gonna go get something to eat. I was just taking a quick break to say my piece, so you guys know. And
it's good seeing you, man. And I love you, man. Even though we're on different sides.
It's all good. And look, I loved it. I mean, I liked it. I wanted to love it.
Exactly.
I liked it. That's it. It's good.
And it's okay to just like stuff in this time and any time. It's okay.
All I'm saying is don't you dare come for the crown, like, because we're not, dude. It's not even on the same level as Batman Begins. So that's all I'm saying. It was a good movie. It was a good movie, but it's not on that same tier level, and that's fine.
I'll be like Paul Dano. No, it was not supposed to go this way.
Yeah.
I'll save that for another time. Bye, everyone.
All right, bro.
Take care, man.
Yeah, I'm about to get out of here soon. So just let me rant, and then we can go on.
Wait, no. I need to
wait,
bro. Look,
before you rant, I got a dip.
I've got way too many movies to give away right now. I gotta go ahead and give these movies away. Jorge, please give me a question that I can give everybody, and then
I'm gonna say give them all away once.
You know what? Here, we'll do an easy one. We'll do a super easy one. Ready?
Hold on, wait. Type it to me. Type it to me in the private chat.
Okay.
So I can.
It's the one that I asked earlier about.
I'm about to say, yeah, because I've been on here way too long. I was supposed to be on here for my little 5-minute rant and cut out.
But I love this because even though I really loved it and you like the film, that you still concede the long-term stuff, and I'm like, I don't know. I mean, if it wasn't for work, I would have already seen it 3 times already.
So look, hold on, really quick. Let me just do this because, and y'all notice I haven't commented or said anything. I said this in the very beginning. I'm not here to debate anybody. I'm just here to be the intermediate, moderator.
Sam just
I'm keeping my mouth shut. Who is going to play? Okay. All right.
Oh, yeah. That's a good question.
All right. And so
How
the winner of
different
this
was
is gonna the winner of this one is gonna get the digital copy of The Long Halloween Part 2. I do have Part 1, so this is for Part 2 right now. First person to answer this question correctly will win this immediately. We're just gonna go ahead and go through all of them at this point because I will say this. I'll say this openly. I I do not personally, and I love. Like I remember even going to the theaters and just being in awe of Batman Begins. I love Batman Begins. I love The Dark Knight. I saw Dark Knight I think like 20 times in theaters. I've never seen a movie that many times in the
lucky
theater.
man.
But what I'm saying to you is this: I rarely look at Batman Begins. If I get an opportunity to see it, then I'll kind of look at certain parts of it. But the reason why I don't continuously rewatch it over and over again like I do The Dark Knight is because the central focus of Dark Knight has always been Heath Ledger's performance for me. Like it's historic. Like it never anything like it. I mean, there are scenes in The Dark Knight like the flip over the truck or like the grab out shot in Tokyo. Like there's a lot of different things monumentally. They even shot that completely in IMAX. Like there are things in the movie that has never been done before from the superhero genre. But when I think about comparing the Batman Begins to the Batman, no, I can't say that the Batman Begins is better than the Batman. I'm not going to say that. I don't care what any of y'all say.
Yeah.
There are things as far as this as a Batman narrative that are effectively way better than the Batman Begins. I don't care what any of y'all say. Anybody. Like if y'all can take the tea from Lucas, Box, or whoever else. But from a Batman narrative standpoint, and yeah, you can call me a comic book geek all you want. But as a Batman live action film, this is one of the best Batman live action films. It's not the best Batman movie. I'm not gonna ever say that. But if I'm comparing this to Batman Begins, or if I'm comparing this even to one of my lo and behold favorite, Batman 1989, like, and I've watched that more than any movie I've ever watched. The narrative of this that stays specifically true to what Batman is. This is the better Batman narrative, and I mean that's why I initially asked the question. I didn't ask about what was the best Batman movie. I asked what was the best Batman narrative in the live action form.
See, but
nobody answered that question.
Actually, Samuel, I literally answered that question when we got on here. When I said this is the best Batman movie, I said Batman Begins is the best Bruce Wayne movie. And then I said The Dark Knight is the best movie featuring Batman as a character. I literally laid it all out.
Nobody heard that
here. Yes, they did. People literally commented on it when I said it.
Did you hear that? Jorge, did you hear that?
I recall
at the beginning of it.
I recall him comparing this movie more towards 89 and Begins. That's what I recall hearing that.
I say because it should be. Don't compare this to The Dark Knight. This is not the comparison.
Yeah.
But this, as I said before and said multiple times, is the best movie that focuses on Batman. And I literally said it by saying Bruce Wayne is in his movie for 15 minutes. He's not in his movie at all.
Lucas, do you think if I compare it, I'm not comparing it of like
McNugget, I think he did it. All right,
yeah, he was
initially cast as the Riddler. That's what they wanted as Riddler.
McNugget, please message us on our TeamJVS page on Twitter. Just leave me a DM. You have officially won this. Let me give you our exact Twitter.
Hey, and Sam doesn't know, nor does Jorge know. We're going to do a watch party of The Dark Knight, and we'll give away everything else Sam has to give away because he has way too much shit to give away, and it's 1 o'clock in the fucking morning.
Wait, I was at least going to do the other Long Halloween.
No. You should.
Sam through the dynamite was like,
Sam. What? Give away both of them to the guy who guessed Jonah Hill. He should get part 1 and part 2.
But this is way too big to not give away. We should save the Superman. How many people are in the chat right now, sir? Bro, it's 14 people still here after
Okay,
3 hours.
so
Yeah, that's almost 4 hours in.
we will come up with in 10 minutes. We will come up with a question for the Superman. But the guy who guessed Jonah Hill should get the Long Halloween Part 1 and 2. It's kind of fucked up.
Yeah.
It kind of fucked up that you would get Part 1 and not Part 2, just in case he hasn't seen it.
Cliffhanger.
Exactly. That's the most fucked up cliffhanger in the world. He should get Part 1 and Part 2.
Okay, whatever. All right, you get it. You get the digital copies of both. So okay, wait. Why are we waiting 10 minutes to ask this question?
Because I need a rant, and then you all can go on do whatever you want to do.
Okay,
I'm tired.
Let's just ask this question, then I'll let you rant because Jorge's probably about to dip anyway.
Yeah.
So
what's the Superman question? Can I come up with a question? I didn't. You stole my movie from me earlier today, so I should be able to come
stole
up.
my question by giving the box office away. Anyway.
Well, I should be able to come up with a question since you stole my Planet of the Apes movie from me earlier today.
Oh my god! Are you serious? Anyway, go ahead.
So, to give away the Superman, I feel it's only obvious that you go along with a Superman question, and one that hopefully is not too hard for people. Besides Christopher Reeve and Henry Cavill, name another person who's played Superman in film.
If they don't get that, then they don't deserve this.
Exactly. It's very simple.
I'm not gonna lie to you.
Lucas, that's a more question.
Did the film have to actually go out and make it? Because I know someone who auditioned.
Hey, no, Nicolas Cage doesn't count. Or there you go.
There we go.
Perfect.
Nice. Well done.
Congratulations.
And the panda.
There you go. Hey, Jorge, I could have been hard and said,
Shannon, is that you? Is that you, Shannon? I can't tell. Anyway,
I could have been hard and
Twitter.
said, name an actor who's played Batman and Superman in a movie before. It's only one.
I know that one.
Only one person has played Batman and Superman in movies before.
Oh, I know that.
Wait, is that a question? Are we giving that away?
Hey, we can. Let's give away another thing.
All right, Belfast, right now.
Belfast. Name a person who's played Batman and Superman in a major motion picture before.
That's a really good one. I like that one.
Y'all know that, right?
Yes.
Jorge, you
Who
know,
doesn't
right?
know that?
Jorge's kind of looking like it.
Man, my brain shut off about like 32 minutes ago. You have zombie Jorge right now. I am lucky my eyes are still open.
Shannon, I'm sorry. I thought it was you. I was like, it looked like you, but I was like, hey.
There you go. McNugget got it.
No, what? McNugget got 4 movies tonight?
Hey, he got it. It's Ben Affleck.
Nice.
He played Batman and Superman.
Dang. You seen that movie, right, Jorge?
Yeah.
Hollywoodland.
God.
Hollywoodland.
He played George Reeves.
Yeah. No, it's...
Who was sleeping with Diana, what's her name? Lane?
Diana
the
Lane.
Mom of Henry Cavill's Superman.
So freaking weird, bro.
They made a bit about that at Conan
So
in one of the
freaking
Conan interviews. That was funny.
I can't
I
believe
thought Lucas was going to ask who directed Superman Returns.
Everybody should know that. That's not even a hard question. Who directed Superman Returns?
Well, on that note,
we saw Superman Returns in theaters. It literally came out the same year as Batman Begins.
Yeah, all I can picture in my head is Superman getting shanked in the back, yelling. Go ahead on your rant,
and not lifting the mountain of kryptonite. Because that's all I can remember for that movie. So again,
wait, before Lucas does his rant.
Oh, Jorge got.
I'm out.
Yeah,
okay. Jorge. After we had this whole conversation, how do you feel about the Batman afterwards? Because you've been saying you want to see the Batman again. I know we've had a whole lot of conversations, but
yeah, no, like I think in terms of Batman itself, like this has been my favorite Batman, period. It's going to be interesting how, if they're going to make this a trilogy or what they're going to make it, how it will be as a whole. Because I think the problem is with the Christopher Nolan movies, everyone views those as a whole. Mm-hmm. And it's an entire like story, like all 3 of those. No, so I mean, yeah, I'll probably definitely see this one again. Like I said, I truly enjoyed this one. You know, there was more good than bad for me. Let's put it that way. But no, yeah, this was still an awesome movie. Even with Lucas, you know, hating on it, I still enjoyed it very much. Very much.
What would you want for a villain next? I've got my picks, but I'm curious, who do you want to be the next villain? Because it's not going to be the Joker. So who do you want?
Yeah. So because of how different the Riddler was played or portrayed in this movie, it would be awesome to see how they would be able to do a Mr. Freeze.
Yep.
I think that would be really cool to see because, I mean, the only Mr. Freeze we've seen has been kind of like blah. I actually wouldn't even mind seeing like Poison Ivy. That would also be a fun one. But yeah, no, I would say that either Mr. Freeze or Poison Ivy I'd be good with.
Interesting. All right. Appreciate you, brother. Get you some rest, man. I'm still in here because I gotta wait 10 minutes till Lucas rants about the box office.
And they're gonna take all man, because I did part of my rant already by bringing up how much this movie made its opening weekend and why they need to thank Disney and Marvel that Black Widow didn't get released strictly into theaters, because if it would have, the Batman numbers would look absolutely horrible, considering this is a Batman movie. Like, this movie, the issue is very simple here. Most audiences don't think this movie has replay value. The most audiences does not think this is a movie for them. So the marketing of it was all from the beginning. You should have marketed it as the movie that it was and hope to bring adult audiences into it. By not doing that, you pigeonholed this film. And if anyone has ever seen anything from Warner Brothers, what happens when you pigeonhole a movie? They make sure that sequel reverses course and doesn't pigeonhole anything.
Yeah.
And that's the way this film looked like it may go down that direction. It really, at this point, it depends on a foreign box office, because it's going to have to make up the difference. If this film does not do what they think it should do in the China region when it releases in next week, we're going to have an issue where Matt Reeves' vision may get completely changed. We already know there are 2 spinoff series in the works for this film. The Penguin, and I don't know, Sam, you could remind me if the Gotham PD series has been canceled already.
So the Gotham PD got transformed into an Arkham series.
Yeah.
And then I think they announced something about possibly a Catwoman too. But yeah,
and whenever you do that many spinoffs into television from the movie, it's because you believe I can't do another movie directly of it and sustain a budget versus what the movie can pull in. That's a problem. And I think Warner Brothers understands that that's a problem right now. I think when they saw these numbers come in, they were like, okay, how do we proceed with a Batman film that technically made less than Dark Knight Returns, which was 10 years ago, made less than The Dark Knight, which was 12 years ago, charged a premium price to see it along with the inflation that already exists. All of those are factors that say these numbers aren't the best for a Batman film. So right now, I know they're waiting on the second weekend and waiting to see what those numbers pull in. If those numbers look extremely light, you can see them changing course a bit on what we will get with this movie, which could be the Joker being the villain in the sequel, because we have to do something to justify throwing at this movie. This movie costs $200 million. For a sequel, that means you're throwing at least $250 million into that movie.
Yeah.
So they may say we need to go with a bigger villain to justify a bigger budget.
Yeah.
Again, it all goes back to really questioning, did they fully understand going into this movie what they were going to get from Matt Reeves, considering from everything we've heard, and I know Sam has heard it also, that they threw away a damn near perfect script for a Batman movie to do this movie.
Yeah.
It is a movie that around Hollywood is talked about as being the perfect Batman movie.
Yeah.
And you threw it away to do this movie. If this movie comes in lighter than what they expect Batman movies to do, because Batman is the biggest character in film. If it comes in lighter, you got to wonder, what is WB's or Warner Media's response? Because the people who greenlit this movie are no longer in charge of this studio.
Right.
Everything has changed at this point. So you
That's
wonder,
weird,
are
man.
those people going to say, we need to make changes in it because we can't justify the budget? Not saying that they will, but
So-
all of these are questions that come up.
So do you think that if the tone, I mean, the thing about it, and I said it at the beginning of this, that I won't be able to let my kids see this. I mean, they probably will, but I won't be able to let my kids see this until they're much older. This is not playing to a kid demographic because it's so. I mean, it's like Seven. It's like Zodiac.
Yeah.
It's not like a conventional superhero Marvel film. It's not Shazam.
Not like
Not
RoboCop.
even like Black Adam. Like it's its own thing, and it's kind of like is like the Joker in the sense of the tone, but really not at the same time. So I'm asking you this, Lucas. Like, do you think that the next movie, if they do say they do Mr. Freeze, which is a very fantastical, very CGI heavy character, and instead of it being like a serial killer type, it's more like a science fiction kind of situation. Do you think that'll allow or alleviate the issue with kids being able to see it?
Before you say that, let me throw back this question to you. How does Mr. Freeze fit in this universe?
Personally,
he doesn't fit at all. Not from what you established in this first film. Mr. Freeze does not fit in this at all.
I know, but I'm just bringing up a fantastical character.
But that
would change the whole course.
When you say that would be the problem, because at that point you're going where you establish a character being one way, and you're doing a 360 in a following movie. At that point, you've lost everybody.
Yeah, I mean,
do that. So at this point, Warner Brothers is stuck with two choices: either this is the only Batman movie, which will never happen, or you go along with this vision and you cut the budget. Like in tone, this is very close to the Joker in tone. The difference is the Joker costs $90 million to make. This one costs $200 million. The difference is the Joker did not have a negative cost because Warner Brothers sold off foreign properties to make sure the Joker was profitable before it was released. The Batman carries a negative cost of around $400 million.
Yeah.
It is a big difference between the two here.
Yeah,
so you have a choice here, because we had someone that we all know who said, I don't care about box office, audience reaction, or critics. I just want to see the sequel. Literally, the only thing that dictates a sequel is audience reaction and box office.
Profit. Yeah.
Those two dictate a sequel. And box office is actually secondary to audience reaction.
So, I mean, are you sure that the audience is not like a 40... I thought it was like 40% of them were like...
Right now, it is clipping on a lot of places around 78 to 90% for audience reaction, which puts it around a B+.
Mm-hmm.
So normally with movies, especially superhero movies, you look for something A to A+. To give it the horrible comparison, the audience is reacting to this the same way they reacted to Black Widow.
Ooh.
What you want as a Batman movie is closer to the way they react to Spider-Man. I'm not saying the box office has to be the same, because that's when people have to get out your head. The box office will never be the same. These are not the same type of films, but you want the audience to react to the films the exact same way. And that's not the reaction that this movie is getting. As I said before, a lot of people will tell you in a heartbeat, they did not like The Dark Knight Rises. The Dark Knight Rises critically is reviewed better than this film. In an audience, it's reviewed a little better, close to the same as this movie. That says a lot, because it's telling you that the general audience is like, I don't like this movie. The comic book audience is like, this is the truest definition of Batman that you can get. What Matt Reeves has to learn to do in a second film, which I'm 100% sure he's going to get, is understand the balance that Christopher Nolan understood. while you're making a Batman movie and you want to have your own vision, if you don't have a vision that a general audience can adapt to and love, you're going to fail miserably. You can't do another film noir. This is it. This is your one. You blew your load. Now you have to move on to something completely different, but yet keep these characters as real as they are now. That's what has to happen in the next movie, because again, the Batman can't come in with numbers like this anymore. Like, I know Warner Brothers will tell it in a heartbeat. You know, we're in a pandemic. We're not in a pandemic when it comes to box office and this genre of film. There's no such thing as a pandemic. Not when I just saw Spider-Man do $260 million this opening weekend. Not when I saw Uncharted, a movie that no one cared about, do $50 million. I saw Halloween release day and date and do $58 million. I saw Venom do $90 million in its opening weekend. What would Venom numbers look like if they had the premium up price that Batman had? Because keep in mind, Batman also had a premium up price. So that means you didn't necessarily have to sell the amount of tickets other films did for your box office to look bigger, because the biggest theater chain in the country charged $1 to $1.50 extra on top of every screening of Batman.
Right, I heard about that. Yeah.
And that didn't draw people away from the movie. What it did was add extra money to its film's box office. So you got to wonder, what did that do to the overall box office of this film? And I know for a fact that's one thing that Warner Brothers is looking at. They're looking at it and they're wondering, okay, 134 for any other film starring any other character, that would be a great opening. For the Batman, that is not a great opening. It's a good opening, not a great one. What happens if this film doesn't hit the heights that we need it to hit? What is the next step that Warner Brothers take? Especially because unlike Spider-Man, you're getting a China release. How light are you allowed to come in at? Are you allowed to? If this movie grosses what the Joker grossed, would you consider that a success?
No, because it's not. No,
I guarantee you, Warner's wouldn't.
No, because
not in the slightest. They'll look at it and be like, "Oh my God, that is not a good thing for us."
Yeah, because the Joker is one of the most profitable things. If they would have kept, instead of distributing out those shares out, they would have made so much more. Anyway, we about to end. We about to end this.
Again, I just said all of that to say, temper your expectations for this movie. I understand you want to compare it to other movies. It is not that movie. In a month, 2 months, you won't think about the Batman as a movie. You won't think about it again until it hits HBO Max. After it hits HBO Max, it will quickly fall by the wayside, and you won't remember this movie at all. This movie is not overly rememberable, but it's not a bad movie. It again is the definition of a movie being really good but not enjoyable. And when you have a movie that's really good and not enjoyable, not because of the tone, it's because some of the choices that were made for this movie. Because the Joker is as dark in tone as this film, but it's extremely enjoyable. This movie is not that. So you gotta kind of wonder, at what point will the studio, especially since we have new bosses with this studio, come in and say, we can't have this happen with the Batman again? Could you justify the Batman coming in lighter than Captain Marvel? No,
so
you can't.
So I'm gonna say this because I'm gonna be done with it. Because again, I've been trying to stay the heck out of this. I personally love this film.
Yeah,
this is a film that I'm going to watch again. It's gonna be one of those films that and Lucas knows me. Lucas knows me by now. He knows that come November, December, I'm gonna be bringing it up during award season. Like, what about the cinematography? What about the, he knows that I'm gonna bring this thing up.
Right.
He knows me. So I'm saying that for me, I'm going to continue to think about this movie. I'm going to continue to want to dissect this movie and break it down and stuff like that, probably by my darn self. But general audiences, it's possible because Avatar 2, Black Adam, Doctor Strange. I mean, we don't even know what Doctor Strange is going to have. They could bring in mutants. We don't really know what that's all going to be. I'm just saying that what Lucas is saying is justifiable based on the whole, from the general consensus, general audience. Like most people are more Marvel people than they are DC anyway, and they're waiting for the next thing. They're waiting for Fantastic Four to be here, and that's not going to be here until 2013. So what Lucas is saying is completely justifiable. What I'm saying for me is I'm not going to forget this. And probably Ronan is probably the same boat as me, which is completely fine. So if any of you guys are feeling attacked, don't feel that way. He's going off of the general whole from that consensus, which is fine. But you're valid in feeling the way you feel. I've been being very quiet most of this because I want there to be outward perspective. Like if you really want to hear somebody gush about the movie the whole entire time for 2.5 hours, me and Keaton did that the other day. Ronan was there as well.
Can I say something really quick?
Yeah.
We reviewed this movie and I gave it a 10 out of 10.
Yeah, you did. And they don't go
you
back.
Can't say I'm saying this because I didn't like the movie. I'm just pointing out the things that are issues with the movie, because when we reviewed it, what I went into that review with telling myself is I'm not going to talk about any of the flaws in the movie because that's not fair. I'm going to talk about it as a film. When I'm comparing it to other films in the box office, it has nothing to do with the quality of the movie.
Right.
It literally has to do with the watchability of it. I've seen multiple great movies that Sam can attest to. We've seen them where we watched it once and we said, this is a great movie. I will never watch this movie again. This is a great movie. That's the way I feel about this one. Like I saw it and I said, oh.
Yeah, yes. He said to me when we were in the theater, he's like, I'm only seeing this once. It was great.
Yes. I literally said, walking out, I said, I've seen this once. I never need to see it again. Yeah, it's not that type of movie. Yeah, and that's all I'm saying. And so far, just from the reaction of the general public, that's what's coming out. It's not people saying this is a bad movie. It's them saying, oh, I saw it. Like, I don't want to see this again. And that's perfectly fine for you to say, I saw it and I don't want to see it again. I'm just saying, from the way audiences are and what I know from box offices, this movie won't last long. It's just not the movie to last long. That's it. It's perfectly fine. A lot of movies are not. People will be talking about what's the bad movie that came out that made all the money that I didn't particularly like that much?
Doom?
Spider-Man. Like that movie that came out. People will talk about that longer than they will talk about this. I think it's criminal, but I understand why they're going to do it. Like
they call me Peoples.
I didn't know or expect coming into this movie that I could possibly see the third biggest DC comic book film of the year. Because right now I think The Flash will be bigger than this movie.
Oh, that was the other thing. I was gonna say, like, we don't like. I mean, Michael Keaton is about Keaton Batman about to show back up.
You got Michael Keaton Batman and Ben Affleck's Batman in one movie, and there have been rumors that no one will attest to it that this Batman may be in The Flash. Because Warner Brothers won't bring it up.
No,
and there's no telling what's going on with The Flash, but The Flash could be really, really big. So then you gotta kind of wonder if this movie comes in where The Flash makes more and Aquaman 2, which people know my thoughts about Aquaman 1, but Aquaman 2 may be bigger than this movie. At that point, DC, you would have to look at it and say, oh my God, our biggest character can't come in third. He can't even come in second without us thinking we need to change something.
So that's the weird thing that I had brought up, and I was gonna bring it up, but we don't got no time. We've been way too long. But one of the things I was gonna ask was what's next, series, sequels, and the DC Black Label, because the whole thing about this falls in the line of the DC Black Label. That's their experimental, Elseworld thread. The Joker was DC Black Label. This is DC Black Label. Whatever the heck this Superman movie that talks about
the Riddler movie, right?
Really?
They've been talking about a Riddler movie for like 3 years now.
Come on now.
So what I'm saying is that this is one of their Black Label, and I don't. As much as this is hard. This is where the hard part. The Black Labels work in the confines of just one, but now the Joker's about to have a sequel.
Yep.
This is definitely going to get a sequel.
Yep.
And the budget is being distributed in ways that I don't know when Discovery picks up if they're going to accept that. But that's for a whole nother. That's for a whole nother thing. And I know this ninja. If we start down this hole, it's going to be 4 hours, and I don't have that kind of time.
We're not doing Lucas cut.
We're not doing that. But we'll just say everything changed when Discovery and Warner Media merged. And if you don't think they're only paying attention to the box office that these movies make, you have fooled yourself. They could give a goddamn if you think the quality of the movie matters. They're going to go to a format that other company with that mouse on his head does all the damn time, which is the quality of the movie does not matter. How are you producing them? The rate that you're producing them at, and if they're bringing in attention. You literally just saw DC announce 10 fucking movies for 2023. Man. The reason that they're doing it is because Discovery is like, this is one of our biggest properties. Why the hell aren't we making more movies of it? Do you not think the Batman is in how many movies at this point? Michael Keaton has The Flash, Batgirl coming up after that. It's going to be a multitude of stuff coming up. That just pay attention to it. And quickly, anybody miss me with that oversaturation of the Batman? You kiss my ass. Batman 89 came out in 1989. The first Spider-Man movie came out in 2002. The Spider-Man has more movies than Batman. Don't tell me about anything about oversaturation.
Anyway, on that note, Ronan, closing thoughts of the Batman. Again, I'm expressing this to you, so you hear my heart. I love this film.
I know.
This film was freaking dope.
Oh yeah.
I can't wait to rewatch this film. I've only seen the movie once, and I've made three or four different discussion videos, and I still ain't seen it in IMAX. I'm waiting to see it with my wife, but I don't know if it's gonna happen. So I might have to just jettison myself to the theater and watch it again. But me personally, I really did. It impressed me on the fact that I finally got a Batman narrative. Not just the fact that it's noir, not just the fact that he's a detective, but it was a Batman-centric film that they were all on equal playing field. Like the villains didn't overshadow Batman. Robert Pattinson is the person that's front and center for the entirety of the film. But yeah, what did you closing thoughts on the film, and then where can everybody find you, bro?
Everybody can find me at Ronan Unchained on YouTube and on Twitter. Reviews, reactions, podcast, even maybe once in a while the graphic novel or even just a novel review will come out. I got something in the works that might or may not include Stephen King stuff, but that's about that. Listen, I love the film. I love the film. It's from what they showed, and this is another critique of mine that like you should have held back on the moments from the trailers. But when they showed the trailers, they delivered for me. Yeah, I agree. I've only seen it once, and the only reason why I've only seen it once is because after Wednesday when I saw it, I had to work all then, so I couldn't find a single time out of my day to go after working doubles. And I'm like, no, now I have the day off tomorrow, so tomorrow I am gonna go watch it, and I am dying to see more interviews with Matt Reeves or just even get his damn commentary already and be like, all right, how did this work out? Because I mean, even that photo you showed, Sam, about the practical effects of that hallway, that blew my mind. And it's I hope I understand where Luke is coming from of like the how people are gonna not think about this in 2 months or in the next year or two. I hope that's not the case. We shall see. Humanity tends to disappoint me sometimes. So we'll see how that plays out. But before I go, I like to do this when something like this big, like Logan. I remember I recommended a lot of Westerns when Logan came out. For this, I recommend for any younglings out there, if you haven't seen Chinatown, go see Chinatown. Just because a guy is wearing a suit doesn't mean you just gotta get into the new stuff. Watch a lot of the old stuff, because even Batman the Animated Series, that had to crawl for The Dark Knight and for Batman to run. And for graphic novel stuff, go check out Batman Ego. I've started it, and the first story is effing bonkers.
Appreciate you, Ronan. Thanks, bro.
Yeah, thank you, man. It's always an honor and pleasure to chat with you. And Lucas, I had a ball. I had so much fun. Love your takes. And damn it, man.
Look, this is the thing. This is the thing about Lucas, and this is part of the reason why I love Lucas, and like I really appreciate him for helping lead this as well. Is because Lucas is one of the most convincing individuals you will ever meet. Lucas can spin it in a way you start feeling like, dang, let me second guess what I just thought. You know what I'm saying? Like, did I actually like this one? I don't know if I love it. I don't know if I even like. Is it bad? You know, like and Lucas can go, but that's why I respect Lucas. Like Lucas will go for it, and at the same exact time, like turn you upside your head when he feels like it. So, but yeah, Lucas, I really appreciate you, man. You literally stayed here longer than we did the first time.
Way goddamn longer than I was supposed to.
So, man,
it's just the ability to criticize something that you actually like. It's a thing that most people can't do. Again, I like this movie a lot. I love film noirs. It's one of my favorite genres of film, but I can still break down the movie and be like, these are the issues with it. That doesn't mean it's a bad movie. Multiple good movies, great movies have big issues with them. It's about your ability to still see it and enjoy it that matters the most. Because fuck what I say, Sam, Ronan, if you like it or hate it, it's up to you.
Yeah.
It's all about your own public perception of stuff here.
Mm-hmm.
I am not here to convince you otherwise. I'm here to tell you what I think, what I'm seeing about the film. That's it. But if you like it, man, that's even better to me. I love the discord that people can have when you disagree on things. It's never an issue.
Yeah.
You should. If you agreed on everything else, you would be those Marvel people. But other than that, you should be able to say, well, I don't like this element of it. I like this element of it. Or I don't like your take on it. I like my take on it. Perfectly fine. The goal is to have that discourse and still be able to respect each other in the end. That's the most important part.
So you said, Lucas, that we're going to be doing a watch party on The Dark Knight.
Oh man, look here. Hey, for people that I've seen The Dark Knight at least 50 times.
So look, I know that movie by heart myself.
Up and down by heart, I know The Dark Knight. Oh, we can do Batman Begins because you have not seen Batman Begins in a while, and I've recently had to watch that movie again.
No, I've got that in my head as well, but I think it'd be
Dark Knight
interesting
Rises?
to do. No,
Batman and Robin.
No, hell.
Oh
no.
I saw Batman and Robin one time in 1997, so I have not seen it since.
No. Look,
I need to break the ice.
Anyway, I'm fine with doing The Dark Knight,
or we can just find another Batman movie. It doesn't have to be Dark Knight. It could be even an animated film.
Yes.
Not Master of the Phantasm. That's the most overrated Batman movie ever. So
oh my god.
Let's do another one.
But if we do The Dark Knight, I've seen it enough that I'm going to leave a lot of commentary because there's some things in The Dark Knight.
Or how about we do Batman Year One, because that's the closest to this movie actually.
I would also recommend Gotham by Gaslight. That's a particular favorite of mine.
We're not going to watch that one, Ronan.
I'm fine with
we went to a DC event where they debuted Gotham by Gaslight, and there's not been a Batman movie I hated more.
Oh my god!
Yeah, we're gonna talk about that a little later.
When we're to go see it, but possibly Batman Year One, because I think that's a good comparison piece to this movie.
Yeah,
every time I saw that, yes, I agree.
Because the thing about The Dark Knight is I've never liked
the bullet scene.
Combat, the bullet scene, and the combat. Like the combat never really worked for me at all.
Oh, I love the combat in that movie. Well,
like the action set pieces are great. They are breathtaking.
Absolutely.
But the actual
China scene is amazing. Good God,
but the actual fight and the fight choreography.
It's only one scene.
Exactly what I'm saying. Like
it's one scene. It's only one scene where he fights.
I think The Dark Knight Rises has the best combat.
Yes,
and
that shit is sick. But also keep in mind, The Dark Knight is supposed to be Batman in year 2.
But again,
different mentality, man.
That's why I'm talking about that comparison.
Mhm.
Because
That's what Akasan was bringing up. Like, The Dark Knight is Batman in year 2. As you see, he has nothing but gadgets. Like, he's not fighting anybody.
and I get that. What I'm saying is that this movie, The Batman, we got to end this. The Batman took from the actual comics year 2 and what he actually was in the comics.
Yeah.
Nolan went and made that joint his own.
Yes.
But if I compare the actual fighting from Rob Pattinson, even though, gosh darn, Christian Bale bulked up for the Batman.
Rob Pattinson got his ass whooped by regular cops in his Batman suit.
But what I'm saying is that
excuse for him happening.
His fight scenes compared to Christian Bale's fight scene, which is the one or
fight
whatever.
Scene. Yeah, fight scene.
they fail in comparison to this movie.
Hey,
I'm
never going to disagree.
So
but, I got you here. Whose interrogation scene is better? Because Robert Pattinson's was extremely weak, and compared to that Joker scene, it is nothing like it.
You can. This is the thing.
That fucking Joker scene is the sickest shit in the world.
The Joker, that interrogation scene is the reason, in my personal opinion, for the Oscar. But we got to end on that note. We got to go.
Yeah.
Hope y'all enjoyed this. It's been 4 freaking hours. Y'all are insane. What?
Filing out the top of I can see skyline. 50 mile radius on my timeline. Ain't nothing on